Learning is not enough for me. I have to be able to research with my grandfather, and so I do not ignore the means to gain the help my grandfather could not. Grandfather's research is not complete just when it is finished being written on a desk. I need the help of plenty of people to present it to the world, so his great work will be praised by many. Yes, that is correct. This is an association only of the top graduates of the Imperial University are allowed to join. Therefore, as only 7 people a year are allowed to join, it is a small group compared to a normal organization of alumni. However, its solidarity is unrivaled. Thank you for inviting me to such a gathering. I am honored. I'd like to take the lowest seat. Oh no, we cannot let someone with such accomplishments and experience sit in the lowest seat. I am sure everyone will welcome you. The cabinet minister and several important government officials, company presidents, and company advisors will be here. They will all need you and they will provide the help you need. Koizumi-sensei belongs to this association, right? He was my grandfather's best friend. What a coincidence. I see. I am sure Koizumi-sensei will be glad to find out that you will be joining. An isolated genius is a useless one. People live in a society. Society is made up of connections between people. Nobody can ignore that. I do my best as an individual, but to gain the power that cannot be achieved as a mere individual, I have to rely on my connections in society. It is all for one purpose. My only wish as Mio Takano. Yes, I cannot spare any effort. My absolute conviction will forge a guaranteed future. Nobody can interfere. Nobody can stop me. I will not allow the die to roll a 1. I will not admit that diligent efforts can be erased by a mere train accident. I am going to make all the dice roll 6s. I will not entrust the die to God. I will not give in to luck. The only people who pray to God are people who do not want to work hard. I do not trust God. I am going to create results myself. My strong will is going to create an absolute future that God cannot possibly prevent. This is a different way to become a god than the one my grandfather taught me. This is a way to become a god while still alive. When I realized it, I became truly free. Free from the sadness of losing my parents and my miserable life after that. Free from my grandfather's tears when his article was stepped on. That is right. I will be above God. I will be an existence that God's caprices cannot even touch. I will make people recognize grandfather's research. That is the future I wish for. The future I promised will come to pass. People will fight over grandfather's article. People will respectfully read the same article that was once ridiculed and stepped on. Even if grandfather dies before that day comes, I will not cry over something like that, because he already taught me. Even after being buried, one can be resurrected. I am going to complete his great work, and the whole world will praise him. Grandfather will resurrect and become a god. He will be eternal. That is an everlasting bond. A bond not even a train accident can break. A bond not even a die that rolls a 1 can disturb. Since the day of the train accident, my die has kept rolling 1s over and over. But I did not give up. I kept working hard until today. I will rise above the die. I will decide what to roll on it. I will decide my own fate. I will do that with my unshakable willpower. When does the clinic open? Is there going to be air conditioning? I heard it will open next month. I hope there will be a young doctor there. I heard some old ladies talking among themselves when I was going up the stairs to the shrine. The Irie clinic is already completed. It is waiting and ready for opening day. The state-of-the-art equipment has been delivered, and the research is waiting to begin as well. Irie, too, is standing by in top form, and he is almost as passionate as I am about Hinamizawa syndrome. The mountain dogs, the counterintelligence unit to support and protect our research, are already stationed at a dummy company somewhere near Okinomiya. They are getting in touch with various public institutions. Everything is going well. The only thing to worry about would be the rumors about the Hinamizawa Dam construction plans. There is a rumor that the Ministry of Construction is pushing through a dam project that will submerge all of Hinamizawa, but they are under pressure from several groups. None of my contacts have much influence in the Ministry of Construction, so things are not going well. Even if applying pressure does not work, there are other measures, so either way it will come to a deadlock. I am not being optimistic. I just know that is how it will end. I will conduct research here in Hinamizawa. I am going to accomplish that with my absolute will. That is why, even if God rolls a 1 on the die and says that he is going to submerge Hinamizawa, I will not be afraid. I will not entrust my die to God. I am the one who is going to pick up the die, and I am going to roll a 6. I did not come to this shrine to declare war on the god of this place. I came because I know that you can get a great view from up here. I walked by the shrine and headed to the spot I found last time I visited. It is the perfect spot for overlooking the entire village. The strong wind reminds me that I am only at the starting line, and that there will be a headwind before I reach my goal. I looked over the village without faltering in the wind. Grandfather approached the syndrome from a medical point of view, but he also approached it from a folkloric one as well. The strange belief system in this village is proof that the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome was already known of even in ancient times. So it will be extremely useful to research their history too. My grandfather had not been doing research for hundreds of years, of course, but this place has been here for hundreds of years, and they have long been living with Hinamizawa syndrome for that long. Therefore, the beliefs created in this place and the legend itself can be considered the foremost researchers. It is simply stupid to just call them old folktales or nonsense. I have been researching them slowly, but they are indeed very interesting. No wonder grandfather was intrigued by them. Hinamizawa syndrome has many fascinating sides to it. It is just a like It is just like a kaleidoscope, showing infinite light with ever a slight change in angle. It is so much fun to trace grandfather's research. Finding the same results as my grandfather reminds me that I am indeed following in his footsteps, which makes me very happy. This shrine is dedicated to Oyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of the village. But this god the villagers worship is simply a delusion that was created by the parasites. When I solve their secret and announce it to the world, the god of this place will be no more. That is the moment I will take revenge on the one who put me through misery and tested my fate. That is it, is it not? This is not just about making my grandfather's dreams come true. It is also about getting revenge for my miserable life. I went back to the front of the shrine. There is an offertory box there, and I am tempted to throw in some coins. But you normally offer coins to ask for mercy. I do not entrust my fate to God, so I do not need to give an offering. I am going to unmask him. But until then, Oyashiro-sama is a god. Okay, in that case, I will show respect for now. As a declaration of war, I pulled out a 10-yen coin from my wallet. The 10-yen coin I found in the telephone booth changed my life. If it had not been there, my life would have ended then. I am grateful at least for that 10-yen coin. I am not grateful to the god of this shrine, though. But I have not forgiven you yet. I never expected anything from you, and I am here because of my own hard work. Even if you keep playing tricks of fate, or keep rolling a 1 on the die, that will not bother me. With my strong will, I am going to get what I want. My grandfather will be praised and become a god because of the research I will do in this place. I will defeat the god of this village and become an existence above even gods. Since when did I care about God? Maybe because my grandfather often talked about him. Here, this is a 10-yen coin you gave me before. My debt is paid off now. You just keep clinging to your throne and tormenting people with your trials, while I fight my battles to knock you down from there. And so I chucked the 10-yen I once borrowed from God into the offertory box. For a moment I could not understand what happened. The 10-yen coin was supposed to fall into the offering box. But how can I explain this? That is not what happened. I aimed correctly for certain. Who could miss an offertory box anyway? That is not it, because the 10-yen coin stopped in mid-air as if it got stuck in a spider web. Then it bounced back to me and fell by my feet. It was as though the offertory box had refused the coin. Of course, an offertory box is to respect God, but what I did was challenge him. That means this is... I jumped, because I thought I was the only one here. Anyone would jump when finding there is someone else standing there unexpectedly. How long has she been there? It is like she came out from the shrine. A mysterious girl standing on the other side of the offering box. She is wearing a shrine maiden uniform, so she must be one of the caretakers here. That is what I thought too. But there is something else about her. She is not just one of the shrine caretakers. She is the shrine itself, because the girl is staring into my eyes. She is glaring. I smiled back fearlessly. I think she heard my words of challenge to God. She is wearing that expression on her face because of that. The words came out naturally. You are the god of this place, are you not? The girl did not nod. I took that as a yes. What a contradictory feeling. I am rejecting the god of this land, denying its very existence. Yet I do not doubt this girl is that god. The girl opened her mouth to speak. A strong will reinforces faith. That is right. That is what I say to myself often. I have never said that to anyone or quoted it from anything. So under normal circumstances, I should be surprised to hear this girl say that. But this girl is not human, so I am not surprised. I reply to her, God throws a die of fate and has fun with people, depending on what he gets. But people have willpower. The stronger the willpower, the less chance of being bound by the result of the die. You see, people can gain a power that is strong enough to fight fate by working to their limits. Yes, I understand that very well. An unshakable conviction defeats the die of fate. That is right. That is mankind's revenge against the gods who toy with them by dice roll. The hymn of those who would slow the gods' interference and forge their own destiny. Know my divinity, and that I earned this day through effort after enduring all misfortune. Spiteful laughter flowed out of my mouth, but the girl's face displayed a strong will of her own. Her expression did not even change a bit. I understand very well. No matter how many times we repeat, our fate does not change. That was all because of your strong willpower. That is right. A strong will reinforces fate. That fate, so empowered, is not bothered by the result of a die. That means it's an absolute future. You, a human, found that truth before us gods, who have been living for hundreds of years. I admit it. Your existence is close to that of a god. I am honored. The girl glared at me with her eyes half shut. No, it was more like she was proclaiming something to me while displaying her own strong willpower. I will not be defeated this time. We always thought we could not win against you. That was why I surrendered. I abandoned hope and crawled around in the wheel of life. But then I learned the power of belief can cause a miracle that forges your destiny. Are you saying you will cause a miracle using your strong will that will defeat the destiny woven by mine? That is logical enough, because that is the law of this world. A strong will can make a desired future possible. We will not be defeated by your will. That is fine. So you insist on being an old god. Try it and see if your willpower can defeat mine. God tests people, yet people are not allowed to test God. So I am going to test you here. See if your willpower can defeat mine. Come on, go ahead. Try it. That's clearly a declaration of war from me to God. This is the beginning of my revenge towards God, who put me through such misery. And this girl, this God, is accepting my challenge directly. I am not as powerful as you are. I cannot do as many things as you can. Even if my willpower is as strong as yours, you are still more powerful than I am. That is right. I have gained an overwhelming power. You have absolutely no idea what I had to go through to gain it. You cannot even touch me. I know. I know how powerful you are. Compared to yours, the power my friends and I command is insignificant, but I can choose not to give up. I will not admit my loss. I will not give up until the day when your die rolls 1 and my die rolls 6. I will prove the strength of my willpower by not surrendering to you for eternity. Stacking up stones on the riverbed will allow us to cross the river and appear before you as an equal. And that is when this long battle of fate will come to an end. Fine, come on then. We will see who has the stronger will. Whoever has the stronger conviction will create the future. The future desired by the stronger conviction will come to pass. I will hold my ground. In my future, my grandfather's great work is praised, and he becomes a god. And I take revenge on God for testing me by making me go through such misery. Stupid little god, I will show you. I will drag you down from your pedestal. And still no tips. Interesting. Still no tips. Welcome. Welcome to the world of Higurashi Chapter 8, Matsuribayashi. In this world, you will be able to recreate the story from Hanyu's point of view. Your objective is to create the June 1983 ideal to you. You will need to collect many different fragments to make that possible. However, Takano's conviction is very strong. To overturn it, you will need a lot of effort and a lot of fragments. I will warn you right now, it will be a slow and painful process. Hanyu went through it for over 100 years, and she even had to stop and give in to fate. Defeating Takano's conviction will not be easy. The trial in this world will put you through as much pain as Hanyu had to endure. You may surrender, just like Hanyu did, after being emotionally worn down by the constant repetition of the worlds woven by countless fragments. When you feel like surrendering, you can end this game at any time. But if you do, the worlds revolving around your friend's fate will be limited to only Kikuchi through Higurashi. By forgetting about this world and uninstalling this product, you will finally accept death, just like Rika did. Your ideal June 1983 can be created by putting together 50 fragments that are scattered all over this world. To connect those fragments together, you'll need the right ones. There are 50 of them, which may be dizzying. However, this world is not that merciless. To ease your pain, there will be a little help for you. When you choose the wrong pieces, your only ally here will give you a sign that it's not yet time to put those fragments together. As long as the sign remains, you will not be able to connect them. You might as well go look for different ones. After you put other fragments together, you might be able to connect the ones you could not put together earlier. When that happens, she will let you know. Let us put those fragments together. Then you'll be able to join the other ones too. When you connect all 50, they will become one big fragment. There you'll find your ideal June 1983. That is when the long-awaited Matsuribayashi will begin. Before you peek at each fragment, why do you not line up all 50 of them first? Most of them require other fragments, so there are only a few you can actually look at. Let's try to find those first. To see the conditions for connecting fragments, just point the cursor at them. Before anything else, let's find the ones you can look at without any conditions. This will be an extremely long and difficult trial. Let me tell you again, Hanyu challenged this for over 100 years and gave up on it. If you believe in miracles in the same way your friends do, even if you do not live in the world where they live, if you believe in them. Welcome. Welcome to the world of Higurashi Chapter 8, Matsuribayashi. In this world, you will be tested to see if you believe in the world that Rika and the others believed in. A miracle only happens when everyone combines their strength. The June 1983 created by Takano is nearly indomitable. She has gathered many people whose powers are beyond the average person to her side, her backers being at the center of national authority. Even 100 dice all rolled once, there would not even be a chance to defeat her. In other words, a miracle is the only way forward. A miracle happens only when everyone combines their strength. But you are one of them. Are you ready? I am more than ready. The key to a long journey is not to pressure yourself too hard. Well, let's take it at a light pace. I will work while drinking my usual wine. Shall we begin? We have all the time in this world. You have attained new fragments. What? 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 Oh shit, they are switching shit up. Go 7 chapters without anything like this, and they are switching things up. I'm gonna have to go look in guides to make sure I don't miss anything. And it looks like there might be a secret fragment, yeah. And it looks like there very well might be a secret fragment. I'm gonna have to make sure I do this right so we get full content. Okay, so we have to have beaten the game once in order to unlock the secret achievement, I think. That's what this is saying. Okay, so we might not be able to get that one until afterwards. Okay, yeah, so we have to complete the thingy first. Let us see, let us see. That is not what I wanted. Why does Steam do that? Steam can be so weird sometimes. That's not what I wanted either. Okay, here we go. Here we go, okay. So let's see. We need to go... Where is it? A local explanatory meeting? Hmm. I am not smart enough to figure this out on my own, so I have no qualms about looking this up. So the dam construction will bring in new jobs and revitalize the local industry. That is not what we are saying. Who the hell gave you permission to build a dam here? You squeeze tax money from us and this is what we get in return? Who do you think pays your salaries? Look, we are trying to explain to you. We do not want to hear your excuses. We want to know when you will stop the construction. You are useless. Bring the Minister of Construction here. He will get to the bottom of it. Shut up, you yuppie. Hey, you are paid with our tax money, so why the hell are you talking down to us from up there? Come on down here and let us speak face to face. The auditorium is filled with angry shouting. The sign at the entrance says, Hina Mizawa Dam Construction Explanatory Meeting. Every time the official on the stage tried to say anything, the assistants packed into the room silenced him with their shouts. Trying to ignore them, the official continued to explain the pros of the dam, but that just further infuriated them. Between the stage and the citizens, there was an open area where a police squad is standing by. If they were not there, the citizens would jump onto the stage and start a riot. I am watching all this from the back of the auditorium. It is obvious to anyone that they are being swallowed by their anger. They have become filled with a bloody red rage. The anger that came from a certain purpose becomes a purpose in itself, and it creates a vicious cycle where anger leads to more anger. Anger is a necessary emotion for humans. People may face many difficulties in their lives. Anger gives them the motivation to fight and conquer such difficulties. Therefore, anger is an essential part of life itself. So I will never reject anger itself. However, anger like this, that goes far beyond normal, makes people forget their purpose. That is no longer an essential part of life. As the blood rushes to their head, a person cannot even remember what they have done. They go out of control. Such emotions are very painful, sad, and difficult to endure. I can clearly see the villagers who live alongside us turning into demons. I understand the rules of the human world. The power of an individual cannot be compared to the power of the government. To be able to fight, an individual needs to become part of a larger unified power. But to steer that unified power in the right direction is extremely difficult. The cycle of anger leads to more anger. Not anger that helps you live, but anger that exists only for anger. It is just like being a demon, and this emotion is capable of violently rousing us from our long, peaceful slumber. Everyone is immersed in their own anger. We lived peacefully with the villagers while we slept quietly. Yet now we have awakened. It is like the world is trying to return to that age when demons were said to rise from Onikafuji Swamp. I keep shouting at everyone to get them to calm down, but my voice cannot reach them because of the vicious cycle of anger. Even so, I will continue shouting, hoping even one of them will hear my voice. Because if I do not do anything, the demons may awaken. The demons that went into a deep sleep may reawaken because of this commotion. Then all of a sudden the atmosphere changed. Looking up, I saw that the angry exchange between villagers and those on the podium had evolved into confrontation between the villagers themselves. What is going on? Shut up. Those are your reasons, not ours. Do not pull us into this, you old hag. Who the hell cares? The hell you say, you bastard? Hey, do you know who you are talking to? This is Oryu-san. You have got some nerve. Who the hell do you think you are? Shut up. Sonozaki? So what? I am Hojo. Get your goons away from me. Hey, Hojo. How dare you say that you want the village to be submerged? How much are they paying you? Shut up, you old geezer. Listen, there are plenty of poor people in Hinamizawa. Not everyone is rich and has fields all over the mountains like you do. I am satisfied with the compensation from the government. They have even offered to provide us with public housing. Yet you are ruining everything, you assholes. Do not pretend you are the same as us. If you want to fight with the government, why do you not fight by yourself? Then who is going to pay? You? I am poor and have 2 kids at home. I was planning to start a new life by leaving here in peace after getting compensation from the government and finding a job elsewhere. But you? Since when did you represent me? Do you think you are that important or what? Hey, Hojo. How dare you betray us? Then get out of this village. Sure, I will be happy to, but you are going to pay what I am entitled to, right? You are going to pay me every yen of the compensation I was going to get from the government. Even if I wanted to leave the village, I do not have the money. If you are going to pay me, I will leave straight away. Hojo is right. There are plenty of residents who are willing to leave. You 3 families should not drag us into this. The hell is this? Who just spoke? Come on, Who was it? If you want to stay, then stay. We have the right to leave, so do not interfere. That is right. Back the hell off, you damn Sonozaki hag. Of course, we will compensate the people who support the dam construction plan. We most certainly will not steal the land from you. Shut up, government dog. Are you trying to divide the village? Die, Hojo. You do not deserve to breathe the village air. Hold your breath and suffocate to death. Screw you, you old hag. I will murder your ass. Step up front, you damn hag. Hey, stay out of this, you fat pig. Very good. That was very good, Hojo. I have not been this pissed off in so long. You will get what you deserve. Look forward to it. Get 'em. Get 'em, Hojo. The government has to provide us new jobs, shelter, and compensation. Hey, hey, stop this violence. All of you, stop it, stop it. Like hell, bring it on. Come and get some. Everyone is being tainted with bloody red anger, and I can only watch. The least I can do is to apologize for the tragedy that is about to happen. I am sorry. I am sorry. This is how things started. From this day onward, the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family will wage a feud against each other, and the Hojo family will become ostracized within the village. This marks the beginning of Satoko and Satoshi's lives of tremendous hardship. So I guess there are 7 pages of this. 7 pages. One, two, three, four. There's 8 per page. That means there are what? 8 times 7? I'm not so good with my 8s and 7s. 40 plus 16. 56 fragments? I thought she said there were 50. Oh well. Okay. Next. Okay. This map is a little confusing, but I think we've got this. So let's just work left to right, I suppose. Yeah, that sounds good. So there should be one called Satoko Hojo somewhere around here. Satoko Hojo. My name is Satoko Hojo, but Hojo is my current father's family name. I was also Satoko Hatake, Satoko Yoshizawa, and also Satoko Matsura because of my previous fathers. I am still not used to being called Hojo-san. If someone calls me Satoko, then I know that person is talking to me, because Satoko is the name I have been using since I was born. I do not understand why my mother keeps getting married and divorced. If she is going to get divorced, why does she get married? If she is married, why does she get a divorce? I have asked her before, but depending on the situation, her answers were different. When I asked her when she was married, she got angry. When I asked her after she got divorced, she cried. I do not understand the meaning of marriage, so I have no interest in drawing pictures of a bride in a wedding dress. I do not think I will ever get married. I do not want to keep changing my child's last name. My teacher once asked if I liked my mother. I think it was when I was in kindergarten in Okinomiya. That was a very difficult question because sometimes I loved her very much and sometimes I hated her very much. I could not decide. When my mother was nice, she smiled all the time. She made us happy. She thanked me for being her daughter. When my mother was not nice, she frowned all the time. She treated my brother and me very poorly. She told me I should have never been born. My teacher asked me if I liked my father. That was a very easy question because I always hated him very much, no matter who he was. The new fathers always treated me nicely at first, as if I was their real daughter. They always told me I could think of them as my real father, but they could not be my real father. Besides, I did not even know my real father's face. How could I call them my father? I could not. That was disgusting. Right before divorce, my fathers always became very irritated with me. They treated me like a cockroach. They told me they did not have money to feed me. They threw things at me and they locked me out on the veranda. I was told I could forget about them because that was all in the past. I think that was a different teacher from a different school. Maybe that is true, because ever since Hojo became my father, my mother has been smiling. I have not seen them get into a fight as I have seen happen just before a divorce. They have little arguments here and there, but those do not lead to divorce and they always make up. I am sure they will get a divorce sooner or later. Then it will be the same old stuff with the family court, divorce settlements, a night flight, and child support. So who knows how long this Hojo will be my father. That is why I do not even feel like calling him that. He also treated me well at first, but when I did not even call him father, even after he asked me repeatedly, he became irritated. They will get a divorce soon. When my father gets into this mood, a divorce is on the way. After a divorce, it is my mother's turn to be irritated with me. Then she will tell me she should
Stream
not.
Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
She should not have had me, or she cannot be happy because of me. Why is my existence causing problems for my mother? I asked my brother, and he told me, if you have children, it is not easy to find someone to get married with. To my mother, remarriage is a very important job, so I can understand having children around will cause problems. I think I finally understand the reason why I am a nuisance to her. I asked my brother something else. Why are children hated by new fathers? Well, that is simple. That's because family members all have different roles. A mother's job is to love her children. A father's job is to love the mother. That means I am a nuisance to both my father and my mother. My brother is more mature than me, so they do not look down on him as a nuisance. But maybe I am. No, I am definitely a nuisance. So now I know. Both my mother and father want me dead. But if they kill me, they will be caught. But that does not mean they will not kill me. If I were to look down the cliff, and if no one was around, my mother and father would push me off for sure. My father has become abnormally nice to me recently. He started to act that way ever since I made the fake call. I know for sure that is just part of a plot to kill me, so I will not let them trick me. I am sorry. Lately, when I listen very carefully, I can hear a voice apologizing. The voice sounds similar to mine. Her mother must be telling her that she should not have been born. I am sorry, but I will not apologize like that. I will live. I am going to strike back. I will kill before I get killed. I am sorry. Oh, so Satoko killed her. So Satoko was the one that did the fourth. That was the fourth, wasn't it? No, the third. So Satoko was the one that did the third? She pushed her own parents off? That's what you're saying? Huh. Kind of interesting that was Satoko who did the third and then Satoshi who did the fourth. It's like a brother-sister thing. Kind of a unity thing there. Early summer 1979. Shit. Damn it. Manager? Manager, come on, say something. Manager. You idiot. He is dead already. A loud noise snapped everyone out of it. Someone dropped the shovel he was holding. The shovel was smeared with reddish black blood. No, not just the shovel. All 6 construction workers' clothes were blood-soaked too. One of them cried out to the silent dead body of the manager, which was drenched in blood. Manager, manager, shut up. He is already dead. It was self-defense, right? Self-defense. The fight had started after the manager yelled at them for drinking beer inside the office. There were no drinking and no smoking signs everywhere. The manager harshly scolded anyone who broke that rule. So it was the 6 workers' fault for disobeying. But they drank because they were stressed out by the anti-dam protesters. That's why they said things to provoke the manager. They told him to step out, and the others went along. The construction workers toiled hard and long hours. That's why they instigated the fight with the manager, to release their stress. They had expected to just curse at each other or to end up in a wrestling match, but things escalated. Or to put it more accurately, the manager exploded all of a sudden. The manager had to deal with residents' protests as well, so he was under just as much pressure, or maybe even more. But how he changed was not normal. The manager was calm at first, but he gradually became more aggressive. It was like he transformed into someone completely different. No, it was like he was possessed by something evil. The men who instigated the fight sobered up when they saw his behavior. Then, the manager picked up a shovel that was nearby and tried to smash his opponent's head in with it. Okay, so the original incident, the very first one with the manager was the one that displayed the Hinamizawa syndrome and tried to kill the construction workers. He managed to avoid the hit, but if he did not, his head would have surely been split open. The manager kept pounding on him with a shovel, even as he frantically tried to avoid the hits. By the time the workers had realized this was beyond a simple fight, so they tried to hold the manager down, but the manager turned on them with a shovel too. One of the men tried to protect himself by crossing his arms above his head, but there was no way that could have blocked the shovel swung with such force. Blood spurted out and the man groaned in pain. By this time, the 6 men had realized the manager was not his usual self. This manager would try to bash in their brains without hesitation. Since their opponent was using a shovel as his weapon, they had to find some kind of weapon too. One of them grabbed a huge hammer. Then the others realized they needed to find something as well. To restrain the manager in that condition, it was better to arm themselves. It was not supposed to be this way. It did not take that long for the madness to infect the 6 workers. It was only a matter of time before they went from restraining him to lynching him. By the time they realized what had happened, the manager was already a lump of meat. His face was swollen, shreds of skin had been torn off, and his muscles and skull were visible too. Obviously, he was quite dead. Fuck! He almost killed us, remember? If he had not attacked us, we would not have fought him, right? The leader of the 6, the one who instigated the fight, tried to bring the rest to his side, but nobody replied. And so the leader became frustrated. He was the one who started the fight. The rest simply joined in. He was the main perpetrator. Maybe that was why he was feeling so exasperated. He sensed that he was the one at fault. Don't just stand there like a limp noodle. It is too late. We killed him, and there is nothing we can do about it. We are all murderers now. Buck up. You ain't thinking about turning yourself in and doing time, are you? Fuck you. I cannot go to the slammer at my age. We are hiding it. We are hiding this corpse and pretending nothing happened. Some of them knew he was on probation for an assault incident once before, so if he got into trouble with the law again, the punishment would be more severe than they could imagine. That was why he was trying desperately to find a way out. If he was alone with the manager's body, then he would not have behaved this way. All he would have to do was to hide the manager's body and pretend nothing happened. But there were 6 of them, including him. They were partners in crime and witnesses too. If even one of them turned himself in out of guilt, he would be in big trouble. But even if we hide the body, they will find out sooner or later. Instead, we should plead justifiable self-defense, and they might end up pardoning us. Do not be so stupid. Look what we have done. Look at his face. Who would think this is a result of self-defense? His parents would not even be able to identify him in this condition, you idiot. But even if we hide it, everyone is going to find out tomorrow morning when the manager does not show. It is hopeless. What is hopeless is your damn brain, you shithead. He slapped the other man in the face. The leader had such an evil look in his eyes. Listen well, dipshits. We are all murderers, okay? Keep gripping now, and we will all get slammed with 5 or 6 years. Just one of you here try and blab. We will all be locked up. Do not underestimate the pen. If you are prepared to be caught anyway, then run like your life depends on it. You can resign yourself to it later when it is time to pay the piper. His visage turned more and more demonic. It was the same expression the manager had just a few minutes before. Was he possessed by the same thing that possessed the manager? The 5 men started to think that way. Now that they considered it, all the villagers in the anti-dam protest had the same expression on their faces too. The real name of Hinamizawa was Onikafuchi Village. People said that wicked demons lived there, and sometimes they possessed people. The men could not help but to recall that exaggerated story, often told by the demonstrators. The manager swung the shovel after its expression changed to that demonic one. There was no guarantee this man would not do the same. In fact, he was still squeezing the hammer in his hand, glaring at everyone and threatening them. If someone suggested surrendering, he would probably smash your head in with it. I know. To make sure nobody betrays the rest, I have an idea. It will make it easier to hide the body too. What is it? We are gonna cut up the body into 6 pieces. What? They all wanted to object to the idea. Killing him was a serious crime itself. Dismembering the body would be too much. But if anyone objected, he would be killed on the spot. So no one said anything. We will all come up together. Remember what the manager used to say. Teamwork. We are all in this together. We will each take a body part and hide it responsibly. What do you think? This way we are all equally guilty, right? I will not let anyone give themselves up. The 5 men were all taken in by his ghastly face. They could even feel the fear of the Onikafuchi demons creep up their backs. Okay, so that's what happened in the dam protest. It was just construction workers, I guess. I kind of like that they're going back and explaining the original incidents. Because I had been kind of wondering about that, like, if we would learn more about the other years. Sort of flesh out the story. Kind of cool that they're doing that. Kyosuke Irie. Group physical exams are very meaningful for our research. Although it is only for certain age groups, we can examine many of the Hinamizawa residents at the same time. It is a perfect cover for our research center. Also, because of several arrangements, we can have a monopoly on the villagers' corpses and can perform autopsies on them too. There certainly was not an environment this rich in opportunity for those in the medical field. Our follow-up on the work of the late Dr. Takano is going smoothly. The amount of data he compiled is absolutely astounding. He truly was an incredible researcher. Excuse me, Director. Oh, Takano-san. Thanks for your hard work. We just received the rest of the test results from Tokyo. Here they are. Thank you. It is getting interesting, is it not? I am glad we can share this joy. Takano-san is my assistant who was sent from the Self-Defense Force. But she is far from the image I have of an SDF officer. Just like our research is being concealed, maybe her identity is concealed too. I am sure her name is an alias as well. I am just a doctor and a researcher. Without Takano-san's support, it would be impossible for me to manage this institution. She is a pipeline to her clients in Tokyo, my assistant, as well as a researcher who is an expert on Hinamizawa syndrome. Her existence is absolutely necessary here. The more I think about it, the more I feel this should have been the Takano Institute rather than the Irie Institute, and she should have been the director. But that was explained to me when they asked me to take this position. My client wanted a civilian to manage this place. They searched for a person who met their requirements, and there I was. I became the director. I have a feeling I am just a puppet on their strings, but I will not just sit here and do nothing. I was asked to research a rare disease. I am a researcher, so of course I am excited about that. My client's goals might be different, but I am here out of the desire to unravel the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome and be the first to uncover a new mystery for mankind. We have all this data that suggests the existence of a parasite as the cause of the syndrome, yet we still cannot find factual evidence of the culprit microbe itself. That is true. I thought we would find it easily if we used an electron microscope. Viruses are too small to see with a regular microscope, so the invention of the electron microscope was a dramatic advancement in the world of medicine. However, it is very expensive and there is no way for a normal doctor to acquire one. The late Dr. Takano said an electron microscope could find the cause of the disease, but it seems his theory has been proven wrong. Even Takano-san was hoping an electron microscope would find it. She was disappointed when she did not uncover anything after all the autopsies she performed. Our research seems to be having its first snag. It has actually stalled our work for several weeks now. So we need to think about where to go from here, which means they are either smaller than microscopic, or maybe there is something wrong with the specimen itself. What do you mean? For example, as you know, wild mice have tons of fleas on them, but you cannot find fleas on a dead mice. That is because when the mouse dies, her habitat dies as well. So if the host dies, the parasite's world will end too. That is right, just like you will not find a living human in a post-apocalyptic world. Therefore, we just have to look into the earth before it ends, right? That is true. However, we need to think about human rights. It is hard to look into a brain while the patient is still alive. Examining a living human's brain, no matter how you sugarcoat it, that bore very grave meaning. From a medical standpoint, it is necessary. But we have rules and morals in this world, and we have to advance medicine within such boundaries. There was a time when I was studying lobotomies for the betterment of mankind. I do not think I was wrong. However, could I ever be forgiven under our ideas of ethics? I do not know. One day my judgment will be handed down by the devil, whether I am guilty or not. I have to accept it. As I reflected upon my past, I heard a voice. It was Takano-san's. It was very clear and simple. It had struck me with surprise. Understood. Let me prepare a world on the verge of death. What? I am startled. Sometimes the phrase advancing medicine bore the whisper of the devil, tempting us to accept sacrifices. I heard that devil whisper. It is not that difficult. I just have to find a Hinamizawa resident who is about to die. That is all. But even if they are about to die, who would be brave enough to provide their body for research while still alive? Do not worry about that. If they are dying anyway, we are just going to put them to sleep a little sooner. On paper, of course. The patient will be legally declared dead, even though they are still alive. And we would perform an autopsy while they are still alive. That is impossible. Besides, if we perform neurological surgery, we have to do a circular incision on the cranial area. Their family will notice the marks for sure. That is where we come in. I will have the mountain dogs look for a patient in the local hospital that matches our needs immediately. All you have to do is wait with a knife and a fork in your hands. I will bring your meal right away. Mio Takano-san is my partner. There is no question about that, but I just cannot trust her. It is her extremities as a researcher which contrast largely with mine. But are we so different? I am here simply waiting with a knife and a fork in my hands, just as she told me to. I just do not want to witness such a gruesome scene. That is all. What she is preparing me for now is exactly what I want. Who is the hypocrite? Not her. It is me. How can I say I am different, knowing what I have done in the past? I have performed lobotomies without the patient's consent, despite it being surgery that might affect their life forever. How is that different from what she is doing? I have never doubted my past achievements. However, when I look at her, I start to feel unease. Takano-san is talking to Okonogi-san on the intercom in my office. I am sure she is telling him to come over so she can explain to him what was just discussed. I am simply watching without stopping her. I begin to reflect upon my past to remember why I chose to become a doctor. Sorry for being late. I had an unusually large number of patients today. Thank you for coming, Colonel Irie. Tomitake stood up suddenly and saluted when he saw Irie coming into the room. All right, stop calling me Lieutenant Colonel. I am a doctor. I just cannot get used to military ranks. Can you call me Director instead? Understood, Director Irie. Tomitake, of course, knew that Irie did not like to be called Lieutenant Colonel, so it was something of a joke. They laughed casually together. On the other hand, Takano looked rather fed up with it. She could not stand hearing the same joke over and over, and was even thinking about talking to Tomitake about it. But she did not want to hurt his feelings, so she simply never had the chance. Maybe it is because of how Tomitake pronounces it, but she keeps hearing Risa, Lieutenant Colonel in Japanese, Nisa. Once she heard it that way, she kept hearing Irie Risa every time Tomitake said it. When Takano told Irie about it, he had a good laugh. Today was just a simple meet and greet, and tomorrow was the actual meeting. Tomitake had already arrived, but there would be more inspectors from Tokyo at the meeting, waiting to hear about the progress that had been made. Anyway, I heard the whole village is up in arms about the dam construction project. You can say that again. The village is in such a mess. I participated in the local municipal explanation meeting as an official, but the whole thing was alive with angry shouts and profanities. After the basic Hinamizawa Dam project was announced, the village was consumed with uproar. The government retracted their plans for concessions rather early on. They made their aggressive stance clear. They did not want the locals to take advantage of them by showing their willingness to compromise. However, that backfired horribly. As they had historical ties to the land, the government's actions only made their bond stronger. Neither the government nor the locals wanted to back down. People from Hinamizawa are rather hot-tempered, maybe because they are the descendants of demons. It is not funny. That wild meeting lasted all night. I feel your pain. Really is not funny, Tomitake-san. So, what is going on with the dam construction? Are they really going to submerge this village? Tokyo is applying their pressure on the situation too. Things might seem glamorous on the surface, but in truth the supporters behind it are wavering rather hard. I hope their pressure produces effects soon. The whole village is buzzing with action from dusk to dawn, and I worry the villagers' minds are growing agitated. Sometimes I have to listen to my patients go on and on about their opinion on the dam construction plan. Why do you even listen to them? You are too nice. I have to. I am a clinic director first, and research center director second. It is part of my job to listen to them. That is very nice of you. It is admirable. I know the people in Tokyo will call off the plan sooner or later, but the villagers will not. So they have to live in fear that they might be forced to leave the land where they have lived for generations. Even if they are told to leave, they do not have money, and a lot of them are old. Maybe someone to increase in the amount of compensation they would be offered, but the government changed its mind. I do not think it is possible for them to come to a peaceful agreement at this point. There were actually some villagers who were satisfied with that amount and were willing to leave. However, the Sonozaki family did not want to change their stance against the issue. They are actually leading the villagers in the fight against the government. There are blaring announcement bands everywhere, and ads and flyers are attached to the circulation notices. It is a serious matter for them. I guess I can understand. I hope the construction plan will be called off soon, for their sake. Once it is called off, this village will become peaceful once again. I know that, of course. Things are moving right along in Tokyo, so please give us a little more time. I have heard a rumor from Tokyo that you are having problems finding a way to pressure the Minister of Construction. Is that true? Oh, I am not sure, but I have heard myself that they are having a little problem with some of the details. Takano had powerful people supporting her, but they did not control all of Japan. There were some things they excelled in, but also other things that they were not too good at. Finding a way to put pressure onto the Minister of Construction fell into the latter. In all seriousness, though, we really will not be facing any request to leave this area because of the dam, right? Of course not. I can guarantee that will not happen. It's just taking longer than we thought, that is all. So please continue your research. We are told that if things cannot be resolved peacefully, then we may have to use drastic measures. Drastic measures? What do you mean, Tomitake-san? You do not need to worry about that part, Director Irie. Please let us take care of it. I see. Okay. Thank you for your work. It is fine, Director Irie. The dam construction plan will be called off. It has already been decided. As Takano giggled, Tomitake laughed too. However, Irie could not understand what was so funny, so he felt left out. Irie only understood the meaning of those drastic measures when he examined a young boy he had never seen in the village before. Mm-hmm. Yep. I ran into Satoko while on my way to the grocery store for my mother. Satoko said she was going there too, so we decided to go together. After exchanging our shopping list, it became easy to guess what the other family would be having for dinner. Satoko's Satoko's family is having grilled fish and cooked vegetables. We are having Salisbury steak. My, that sounds so very good. I do not mind the grilled fish, but it's the vegetables I am less fond of. I am certain there is still plenty of pumpkin left from the other day. I bet you'll be getting a lot tonight. Poor Satoko. I do not appreciate knowing that pumpkin is going to show up on the dinner table. You do not like pumpkin no matter how it shows up. Rika, you have some food you are not fond of, do you not? That is right, you do not like daifuku, cream puffs, or anything sweet, do you not? It is not that I do not like those things. I just choose not to eat them. If I wanted to, I could eat sweets forever. I could even eat pumpkin pie too. It is not fair that you are not a picky eater. Conversations like this are how I have fun. Satoko is my best friend. I usually do not like grocery shopping, but if I am with Satoko, I can make it into an enjoyable evening stroll. Near the supermarket there is a grocer and other shop, forming a little shopping district. The grocery store is busy at this time of day. All the housewives in Hinamizawa gather here to shop. Since Satoko and I have different things to buy, we decide to do our shopping separately. Welcome, welcome. Oh, Rika-chama, are you shopping for your mother? What a good girl. I am a good girl who can go shopping by herself. You really are a good girl. Here, I will give you this. There were several candies for the owner's occasional asthma attack inside a sieve full of change hanging in the front. He picked out a sweet from there and gave it to me. It was my favorite flavor, strawberry milk. I put it in my pocket so I can brag about it to Satoko later. I get a lot of fun out of teasing Satoko and making her jealous. She always overreacts, so I never get bored when I am with her. What are you having for dinner tonight, Rika-chama? Ground pork. We are making Salisbury steak. We are going to put flower-shaped fried eggs on top and draw pictures on them with ketchup. That sounds like fun. I enjoyed that conversation while filling my shopping basket. But then I overheard some women whispering. They are talking about something that is a little harsh. They were talking about Satoko. How long do those village traders plan to stay here? They should just leave. They do not even have the guts to go shopping themselves and make their daughter do it instead. The women went on and on. Ever since the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family got into the huge fight at the explanatory meeting for the dam project, the Hojo family has been ostracized within the village. At first, there were a significant number of families in favor of leaving, like the Hojos. But the main branch of the Sonozakis led a push to completely solidify the village's opinion, and as that tone of unified resistance grew stronger, the pro-evacuation family steadily grew quiet. The public harassment led by the Sonozakis and Kimiyoshis, two of the three families with powerful influence on the village, also played an effect too. The Sonozaki family made the Hojo family into an example to ensure there would be no more pro-evacuation supporters. The ancestors of the villagers have lived here for generations, and the villagers also know that they themselves will be buried in this village, so this harassment put a lot of pressure on them. Who was it that agreed to make the Hojo family the leader of the pro-evacuation group at the explanatory meeting? These same people no longer said anything, and they even joined in on harassing the Hojo family. The harassment they faced then became pressure from the entire village. The Hojo family is hardly wealthy, and they have not paid the town council fees in a long time. When things were peaceful, nobody said anything about it. But now that the wind was blowing a different way, the Hojo family was asked to pay off all of their late council fees immediately. It was not an amount that they could afford, but the Hojos recognized a fight was being picked with them and they responded to it. And so the Hojo family quit the town council. But that only played right into the village's evil plan. Making an enemy of the town council meant facing vicious harassment. For example, the place the Hojos dumped their trash was a provisional dumping site established by the town council and the waste management department. Under the council agreement, only council members could use it. Ever since the day the Hojo family quit the village council, their trash bags were returned to their front door. Furthermore, all the bags were torn. On top of that, a sign went up on the hedge road near the Hojo family. It said private road, no trespassing. Only council members permitted. A stubborn old man stood and guarded the road, saying that he would not let any of the Hojo family members pass through. A private road is private property opened up to the public, so it looks like just a normal road. However, as private property, the owner can forbid anyone else to pass through whenever they like. More and more, the village piled on vicious harassment. The fear of antagonism spread through the entire village, and people became afraid that if they supported the Hojo family, they would go through the same thing. This has made the Hojo family even more isolated. The grown-ups have not told their kids about what is going on, so Satoko is not harassed in any way at school. But it was not hard to imagine she probably spent her days feeling so anxious she could hardly breathe. Even the women whispering in here are not saying anything directly to Satoko, but it's not like she does not notice their muttering and the cold stares. When did this village become so cold towards her? As her best friend, it is very sad for me. Satoko's shopping experience is nothing like mine. When I say hello or buy things, I usually get treats or a discount, but that does not happen to Satoko. On the contrary, she is served last on purpose, and sometimes shop owners even pretend they do not hear her. Obviously, people do not want to have anything to do with her. Satoko had been weaving through the housewives crowd in the shop, telling the fishmonger what she wanted, but she kept getting ignored. She has decided to keep her smile and pretend she does not mind. But I know. It was far too painful for her to endure. At that point, Satoko dropped her coins on the ground. Maybe her finger got stuck on something when she was trying to put the change back into her wallet. I ran through the crowd to help her pick them up. But as I did, I noticed something. Satoko dropped a lot of coins and is struggling to pick all of them up, but nobody is helping her. It is not just that. It is almost like they are acting like they do not even see her there. Satoko is not expecting anyone to help her, since she is the one who dropped them. But there are so many people around and not even one is trying to aid her. Satoko, I will help you. I am okay, Rika. That reaction is all I need to tell how hurt she is. Furthermore, when I started to help Satoko, other housewives started to pick up the coins too, as if it is the natural thing to do. So they can only help if a shrine maiden of the Furude family does. If I did not help, they would have disregarded her completely, and the fact that other people helped only because I did hurt Satoko even more. I grabbed the coins from the housewives without thanking them. I'd rather spit at them than do that. Thank you very much, Rika, everyone. If she did not thank them, people would talk about that too. Satoko forced out her words of gratitude. The housewives looked down at her with blank expressions. I cannot stand this. I cannot stand what Satoko is going through right now. If we are done, let us go, Satoko. Sure. I grabbed Satoko's arm and pulled her away. I was frustrated, sad, and bitter. What has Satoko done? Reality is just too cruel. Everyone loves me, but can I share that love with Satoko? Satoko must be wondering why people treat me so differently. I should not come shopping with her, or rather, I should have done her shopping instead. Satoko. What is it, Rika? I feel bad that you dropped your coins, so here's something that will make you happy. I wanted to at least ease her pain a little bit, so I pulled out the strawberry milk candy I just received. But Satoko refused to take it. That candy was given to you. My hand froze. She saw me getting this candy. That person wanted you to eat it, so if I did, it would be rude. Satoko turned her back on me and kept walking. Without even saying goodbye, she continued on to her house with the shopping bags in her hands. I only wanted to ease her pain, but I ended up rubbing salt in her wound. How can I call myself her best friend? If I could, I would have crushed the candy right there. The Hojo family is well known for going against the whole village during the dam conflict. Both the husband and the wife were rather aggressive, and they fought a fierce battle, especially against the Sonozaki family. Although the whole village treated them coldly, the husband and wife did not really care and kept on fighting. In a way, they were extremely strong-willed people. I am sure their children had to go through a lot because of them, though. Satoko-chan and Satoshi-kun were treated coldly by the villagers as well. In addition to that, Satoko-chan and her stepfather did not get along, so their stress levels must have reached their limit. Because I am the director of the local clinic, a rather respected member of society, people usually tell me a lot of things. So I was aware of the treatment they were receiving even before I met them. I met Satoshi-kun first. Satoshi-kun came to the clinic because he felt ill from too much stress. He must have thought he had a cold. When I examined him, he even told me that. But hearing his repeated sighs and by seeing the exhausted look in his eyes, I knew right away it was not just a simple cold. Medication would heal his symptoms, though that would only be a temporary measure. The only way to truly cure him would be a change in his living environment. But that was easier said than done. He was surrounded by tangled and complicated relationships with the village and his family, so just resting for a few days and taking some medication would not do. Time was the only thing that could ease off the cold treatment from the villagers, but we were talking a very, very long time. That is why I felt I had to be their first ally in this village, so I could rescue them. I could not do anything about his stressful environment, but I could try to diminish the anxiety. So I thought the best way was to teach him how to vent his stress. And playing sports is the best way to do that. So I asked him to join the junior baseball team that I coach. As a researcher, I devote most of my time to Hinamizawa syndrome, but I too need to do something else to relax. I used to play baseball, so I decided to coach the local kids team. After a while, the children of Hinamizawa started their own baseball team, and somehow I became their coach. Doctors cannot provide health just by giving medication. You need a sound mind and a sound body. I believe your health can be maintained through sports as well. Our team needed more people. So I thought of Satoshi-kun, asking Satoshi-kun to join. Being a bookworm, Satoshi-kun was not interested in playing sports. He was not sure how joining the baseball team would help his situation. Ah, sorry, game on my phone is being weird. Trying to figure out what is going on here. It's one of those games that's like timed and stuff. I was supposed to upgrade this thing, but for some reason it's showing some sort of weird timer that it should not be showing. I think it just did that thing there, so it is a very glitchy game. If I was not being paid $5 for doing it, I would not be playing that game. When you're broke, you're broke. Anyway, he was not sure how joining his baseball team would help his situation. I did not need to go on and on about athletic medicine to explain why sports help people become healthy. I just wanted him to experience it himself, to realize how great it feels to play sports. I think he realized it gradually. He was reluctant until the very end, but he attended all the team activities and games. As I saw Satoshi-kun slowly regain his liveliness, I realized my plan worked. However, if Satoshi-kun was under that much stress, then Satoko-chan, who lived in the same family climate, must have felt the same way. Unfortunately, I did not think of her back then. So when Satoko-chan was carried into my clinic as a patient, I regretted doing nothing about her, even while knowing the situation. As Satoshi-kun recovered under my guidance, Satoko-chan was left alone in her stressful environment. Also around that time, there was an incident bad enough to make Satoko-chan collapse. That was, of course, her parents' deaths. The day of the Watanagashi festival was a very uncomfortable time for the Hojo family, because although it was a village festival, it was also a day to celebrate victory over the dam construction project. It is understandable that they would plan a family trip around that time so they could leave the village. Satoko-chan's parents fell off the cliff at the park they were visiting. It happened on such an unlucky day. Because it happened on the day of Watanagashi, people said it was the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and people labeled the Hojo family as one that was cursed by Oyashiro-sama. The parents were given the cold shoulder by everyone in the village, so with their parents gone, Satoshi and Satoko should have been freed from that. But, unfortunately, the accident happened on the day of Watanagashi. That is why the members of the Hojo family continue to be shunned. Satoko-chan was the only one who was at the site of the accident. Satoshi-kun did not go on the trip because he had an event with the baseball team. Therefore, the police mainly interrogated her. The detective, Oishi, suspected an act of organized crime by the village, so with Satoko-chan as the only witness on site, he drilled her with questions. She was as stressed as Satoshi-kun, perhaps even more, so of course she could not take it. During the interrogation, she began to wheeze and gasp for air. The anguished look I saw on Satoko-chan's face when she was carried to the clinic was very, very tragic. It broke my heart just to imagine what she had to go through. Coach, is Satoko okay? Yes, do not worry. She is a bit confused, but only temporarily. That is all. May I see her? She finally fell asleep, so I'd rather not wake her up just yet. Let's go Let's just let her rest for a while. Maybe it is a good idea to have her stay here for a few days too. Do not worry. I will take good care of her. Thank you. I knew Satoshi-kun is a great big brother who truly cares about his sister. He empathizes deeply with her. In other words, Satoshi-kun's worries and stress were reflecting Satoko-chan herself. Maybe I should not say this, but while Satoshi-kun was, of course, sad about his parents' deaths, he may, at the same time, have been a little relieved that they were gone. His sister would not have to be driven into a corner anymore. Unlike Satoshi-kun, Satoko-chan did not have the social skills to get along with her stepfather. So, putting her mother aside, I was certain that losing her father, the greatest cause of stress in her life, would bring great change to her home environment. But I could not believe what happened next. The two were sent to live in an even worse environment with their aunt and uncle. Although at that time I was rather optimistic, thinking this new environment would be better for the siblings. It was not. I was half asleep, so I did not even hear the phone ringing nearby. After a while, I finally realized the phone was ringing, and a ringing phone means there's some kind of an emergency. It is 2 in the morning. Who would even call me at this time of the night? Hello, this is Irie. Hello, I am sorry to bother you, Dr. Irie. It is Takano-san. She has never called me for a personal reason. At the Institute, she is ranked just below me, so she is basically responsible for running it. So for her to call me this late at night, it must be an emergency. Sorry it took me so long. Is it true that we have another terminal patient? Yes. I was hoping to find a living specimen, so this is perfect. I initially thought that she had abducted someone. The man had already been moved to the research area in the clinic's basement. Having been tied down to the examination table, he is struggling against his restraints, but more as though he is deranged than actually resisting. I cannot even understand what he is saying. He sounds angry, sorrowful, and like a child throwing a tantrum all at once. It is obvious that he is not in the right state of mind. Anyway, let's put him under anesthesia. He might kill himself otherwise. I wanted to observe him a little longer, but I guess I have no other choice. One of the staff with a white gown got the anesthesia ready. Even a normal person would struggle to escape a restraining table in this suspicious room. But this man's behavior is at an abnormal level. I am sure Okonogi-san and his friend from the Mountain Dogs are the ones who captured him. Capturing a man in this state of mind could not have been an easy task. According to Takano, she ran to this patient on her way home from the clinic by accident. She brought him back here, tested him, and the result came back positive. Of course, I have no intention of just believing what she is telling me, but there's no question that this man is at the terminal stage, and a live specimen is exactly what we need to research the syndrome. Who is this man anyway? He had something wrapped in newspaper. What do you think was in it? What is this? There is something wrapped in a bloody newspaper on a tray nearby. Looking at the blood-drenched paper, I can only imagine there is something gruesome inside of it. Yet Takano-san looked like she wanted to surprise me with something interesting. Oh god, this is awful. Is a bloody right arm. The man on the table still has his. This right arm does not belong to him. So who does it belong to? I am used to looking at things like this as a doctor, but the horrible cross-section makes me want to look away. It was not done according to a medically acceptable method, that is for sure. It was obviously done out of cruelty. Judging by the situation, we can assume this man cut off this arm. So he is the culprit behind the body dumping that has been occurring in the neighborhood. At that point, there was no way of knowing who the right arm belonged to. But the next morning, the dismemberment murder of a dam construction site director was reported. They mentioned that his right arm was still missing, so we learned who the arm belonged to. This man has a criminal record and he is on probation, yet he committed another crime. I bet he dismantled the body in order to hide it. I am sure it depends on the circumstances, but he will get more than just a few years in prison. So you will not hesitate to dissect a scumbag like him, right? Who knows? Maybe he was a scumbag before and became violent due to the syndrome. Or maybe he had gone straight but became violent again due to the syndrome. The former is one thing, but if it is the latter case, it is not his fault. That is why Hinamizawa syndrome is so terrifying. We cannot tell if the syndrome is the cause of the crime, or if it is simply a problem of a human nature. But what causes a defect of human nature in the first place? That was precisely Iray's area of research. Hate the crime, not the criminal. can criminals only be corrected by punishing them with imprisonment? If a person commits a crime because of mental disorder, but then gets a treatment, he is corrected. In other words, there are no crimes in this world, only patients awaiting treatment without anyone else being able to understand them. In medieval times, patients with mental disorders were said to be possessed by demons, and they were either confined or killed. Centuries after, they were finally acknowledged as mentally ill people who needed treatment. Perception can change with time. Even if they are called criminals now, maybe after several centuries, those criminals will be acknowledged as patients who are entitled to appropriate treatment, explaining crimes through illness instead of malice. That is my life's work. Hinamizawa syndrome is a strange disease that can support my theory. Solving its mysteries is extremely important to me. To solve those mysteries, I need a medical sacrifice. It is an extremely simple thing to do, but there is no way to unravel this without it. The Irie Institute is authorized to take such drastic measures if necessary. That is why I was asked about it so many times when I accepted the position of director. And finally, the opportunity is here. This will be the first step of our research on this strange disease. But even now, I am a little hesitant. I have opened up human bodies in many surgeries. What I will be doing on this man is something very similar, but there's also something that is very different. What I did before was part of treatment. I did it to save the patient's lives. I did it so the patients could have a better future. But what I am trying to do here is not treatment. He will die at the end of it. His death will be far from humane. I am going to violate nature and force him to stay alive while I open up his living brain. Director Irie, are you listening? Sorry, could you repeat that? I believe it best that we submit the dissection proposal to Tokyo and
Stream
request their
elements.
assistance.
Said. Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
He is not only alive, he is also in the terminal stage, so he is an extremely important specimen. We must conduct the dissection very carefully. That is true. You are right. Let us do as you say. I think we will have a few days before the dissection, so I want to run some reaction tests once he is off the anesthetic. You think that is safe? Even if he is restrained, we do not know what will happen. We finally have the opportunity to test a live specimen. We cannot only look into his brain. Takano-san's unusual cheerfulness made me feel odd. Maybe her reaction is normal. Maybe I am the one who is not reacting normally in this situation. I am here only for the research, so I should be excited to have the opportunity to perform our first live dissection. But I am still hesitant. How can I call myself a researcher? Researchers of the past were brave enough to cross the line, and that is how they accomplished many things. I have seen many brains. I have operated on them. I have lost some patients too, but I never thought anything of it because I knew I did the right thing, even when my hard work was denied afterwards. If it pained me to think of that, then I just needed to advance the field of medicine to ensure their deaths are not wasted. That is the true form of those advancing the field of medicine. Yet, why was my heart tormented so much just by changing the name from treatment to dissection? Does it mean I am not man enough to emulate those great men of the past who opened the doors to new medicine? That I do not have the power to develop new advances myself? Hey, what is the matter, Director? Are you feeling okay? Takano is pretending to be concerned about me, but she knows. She knows I am still hesitating, and she is telling me that I should be ashamed, as a researcher, for feeling that way. I shook my head to clear it of sleepiness. Remember, the resolve brought me here to this day. I already have blood on my hands, but if I stop now, their lives will be wasted. Those who shed their blood can only rest in peace once they have become the cornerstones of great research. I shook my head once more and reminded myself that I am a researcher. No, I was just thinking. Takano-san, please make some arrangement with Tokyo and let me know when it is done. Okay, understood. This is really exciting. The least I can do is my best, so his life will not be wasted. If he bleeds, I cannot waste even a drop of his blood. After scolding my staff for their indiscretion of discussing the dissection with such excitement, I returned to my office. That very night, the head of the Furude family, the priest, gathered his wife and Rika together for a family meeting. In Hinamizawa, it was tradition for the three families to gather and discuss the village's issues. So it was hardly unusual for big families like the Sonozaki family and the Kimiyoshi family to have meetings beforehand to sort out opinions among themselves. However, the Furude family had lost its branch families, so there were only three of them left. So until that day, they had never had a family meeting at all. What is it? You are being so formal. Is it about the dam construction? The dam was the most important issue in the village at the moment. The wife naturally assumed the priest wanted to talk about the dam. For him to gather all of them together like that, it must be a huge decision he had to make. Perhaps he was going to talk about joining the pro-evacuation camp. No, it is not about the dam, but it is about something extremely important which concerns this village, and perhaps all of the ancestors of the villagers too. The Furude family had served in the priesthood of Oyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of the village, for generations. So for him, the head of the family, to start out that way, it must be something extremely important. Yet he said it was not about the dam, so what could he want to talk about? I married into this family, so I want you and Rika, who carry the true blood of the Furude family, to listen very carefully. You two are not normal human beings. I am the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, right? Rika, you should not say such things. Dear, let's talk about things like that without her. She has heard enough nonsense from the elderly people at the village hall already. What she just said about her being the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, that appears to be true. What is rather a long story. Please just sit tight and listen to me. The wife had a dumbfounded expression on her face, not knowing what he was going to say, but Rika was completely relaxed, wearing her usual carefree expression. The priest started to talk after his wife calmed down. There's a disease in this village that has been here for many years. It is a special disease which only exists here in this area. Everyone who lives in this village has the disease. Not only the people who live here now, but all the people who ever lived here had the disease. What? But we are all perfectly healthy. I have never heard of a disease exclusive to this village. Calm down. As long as we are here in the village, the disease will not cause any problems. But once you move away from this village, that is when it starts to act out. Do you understand? How can you expect me to understand such a thing? I have no idea what you are talking about. It is the same as the curse of Oyashiro-sama, Rika said so calmly while her mother became frustrated. That is right. They say that when you leave this village, you are cursed. It is just like that. In other words, the curse of Oyashiro-sama, which our ancestors have feared for generations, is actually a disease that only exists in this village. How could that be possible? We have left the village before. Other villagers too. Some have even gone on business trips, and some even traveled to foreign countries. True, but that is probably because the disease has weakened over a long time, so it was going to disappear eventually. But the business of the dam disrupted that process. Everyone knew that during the dam war, the entire village was aflame with agitation. Such excitement and emotional instability makes the disease stronger. I still do not know what you are trying to say. What we thought was a curse all this time was actually caused by the disease. That is right. All the rules Oyashiro-sama came up with were to protect the villagers from the disease. No way. Then Oyashiro-sama is actually a disease, not God. How could that be? How can I explain that to the Furude family ancestors? Calm down. The faith in Oyashiro-sama will not change. The fact that Oyashiro-sama is watching over Hinamizawa will remain the same. It just means the disease producing Oyashiro-sama's curse was in this village since long ago. That is all. I will not accept that. How can I explain that to our ancestors? This is a desecration of the Furude family's age-old traditions. No, this is a desecration of Oyashiro-sama. Who told you such a thing? This is not acceptable. In the first place, can you prove such a disease actually exists? I can. What kind of proof? Who gave it to you? The people from the Ministry of Health and the National Institute of Infectious Disease Prevention. They have already found the pathogen, and they are searching for a cure right now. I saw the documents and the samples last week. The people at the Ministry of Health call it Hinamizawa syndrome. No way. As long as you lead a normal life, the syndrome is harmless. But once you go far from Hinamizawa, or if you become emotionally unstable, it is easy for the disease to manifest itself. When the disease acts out, you can be possessed by your own delusions and, in the worst case scenario, you can go mad. They discovered this disease during the war. A distinguished scholar knows that only the soldiers from Hinamizawa came down with an abnormal disease, and he has been researching it all these years. They explain some details of this research, but I am sorry. They are too complicated for me to explain. If you do not believe what I am saying, why do you not go listen to them yourself? At first I was indignant too, wondering how they dared to blaspheme Oyashiro-sama and spout such nonsense. The Irie Clinic was built to study the syndrome. It appears to be just a clinic on the outside, but is actually a secret research center for studying the syndrome. Secret research? That is ridiculous. If it is actually backed by the Ministry of Health, why are they not doing it out in the open? Well, I guess they cannot. For example, think about leprosy victims who are misunderstood and exiled. They are still misunderstood and discriminated against even today, in fact. If the whole country finds out about this and thinks that everyone in Hinamizawa who has contracted this weird disease can go mad at any moment, it will turn into chaos. The Ministry of Health has taken that into consideration and is working on developing a cure while keeping the disease a secret. Do not get me wrong, though. They are not trying to put us on display or anything. They are trying to eliminate this disease and free this village from it. It was a different story long ago when we supported ourselves, but nowadays it is impossible not to leave the village. If a simple act of leaving the village can trigger the disease, you realize how dangerous it is for the villagers, right? I am repeating myself now, but in the recent dam protest, the whole village entered a strong, excited state, which is very bad for the Hinamizawa syndrome. If some villagers go crazy and do something horrible, it will be all over the media. That is right. If that happens, it will be too late. But how can I believe this? Are you sure we are dealing with people from the government? Are you sure you are not being tricked? I do not blame you for not being able to believe it. They said we can come take a look at their faculty any time. I have seen it before, and I know that no mere fraud could have said something like that. Even the big hospitals in Gogura do not have such large-scale equipment. If you cannot believe what I just told you, you should go to the research center yourself and ask questions. They can explain it better than I can. They said if their explanation is not good enough, they can explain it to you at the National Research Institute in Tokyo, or even at the Ministry of Health's main office. Whether I believe it or not, how are we related to that? It is said that the Furude family inherited the blood of Oyashiro-sama. It is also said that if a girl was born for 8 continuous generations, that 8th generation girl would be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. That is right. I am the 7th, and Rika is the 8th generation. But what does it have to do with the disease? This Hina-Mizawa syndrome is caused by a type of parasite. Although they are very tiny, you cannot even see them with the naked eye. They say there is a sort of leader among these parasites. Are you saying that is the Furude family? It appears that the leader of these parasites is passed down through the generations only by people with a direct bloodline to the Furude family. In other words, in the previous generation it was you, and now it is Rika. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Why would it be something as disgusting as parasites in the first place? Calm down. I am not good at explaining things. Please have the experts explain it to you. According to them, studying this parasite leader is necessary in order to research the disease. No, I will not have anything to do with such suspicious research, and Rika will not either. I am telling you to calm down. They think that Hina-Mizawa syndrome acts out when separated from the parasite leader, not the village itself. When you were little, do you remember villagers telling you that you had psychic powers? You were able to cure elderly people who got migraines after taking a long trip. That is the proof that you are carrying the parasite leader. The Furude bloodline has the power to cure people with a disease. To discover a cure, it is extremely important that we participate in their research. If they study me, will the villagers be saved? That is what they say. And all the villagers are infected. Me, everyone else, Satoko too. Yes, not only the people who live in the village, but their relatives in Okinomiya too. We are talking thousands of people. That is why the Ministry of Health spends so much money to build a specialized research center. I object. How can you let Rika be a sacrifice for something that suspicious? I do not mind. If Satoko can be saved, I do not mind being a sacrifice. I really do not. You be quiet, Rika. I absolutely refuse. I will go talk to them and refuse them directly. I will not let them kill Rika in some crazy experiment. Besides, Rika is the one and only heir of the Furude family. What if something happens to her? The Furude family will die right there. Do you not see that? You need to think more about our family. That's why the villagers call you an opportunist. After all, do you not think it is odd? The Ministry of Construction is trying to submerge your village, and the Ministry of Health is trying to cure a disease. What in the world is going on? The Ministry of Health has warned that this disease could be triggered by a change in environment, so they are actually trying to have the Ministry of Construction stop the damn construction plan. You really should go to the research center. Why would they build such a huge faculty in a location that could be submerged? Rika let out a big yawn. It was long past bedtime for a little girl like her. I am going to bed now. Dad, please let them know I am willing to participate, okay? Rika, you cannot make such a decision without consulting me. Rika, wait. I highly doubt they're going to do anything serious. Just thinking about it logically. If they really believe that she's like the queen or whatever, there's no way they would do something serious. Silly, silly mother, but mothers do tend to be protective, don't they? Mion Sonozaki. Mion-san, your friend is here. I heard the housekeeper's voice. Our house and the front yard are huge, so unlike normal houses, ringing a doorbell or yelling my name repeatedly asking to play will not work. Okay, thank you. Who is it? Rika Furude-chama. Oh, finally. Can you tell Granny that Rika-chama is here? I think she is on the porch. I will get the watermelon. Granny received many beautiful watermelons from somebody, so she wanted to share. I just called the Furude house a short time ago, and Rika-chan is here to pick one up. Did she come on her bicycle? I cannot remember if it has a big enough basket. I pulled the watermelon from the well while thinking about that. The cold water in the well has refrigerated the watermelon, and the condensation makes it look delicious. The 3 members of the Furude family will enjoy it for at least 2 nights. Am I supposed to take it home? I thought. What? Did not your dad tell you? The priest answered the phone, and I thought I told him to come pick it up. Maybe I was not clear enough, or maybe he misunderstood me completely. But she is here to eat the watermelon, not to take it home. Besides, the small basket on Rika-chan's bicycle will not hold the watermelon. It is too dangerous for her to ride while holding it in her hands. Mion, why do you not help Rika-chan take the watermelon? There is no way she can ride her bicycle while carrying it. I can hold the watermelon. No, that is too dangerous. If something happened to you, I would not know what to say to Oyashiro-sama. Mion will help you. Okay, I will. I will go say hello to the priest too. No matter whether she rides or pushes her bicycle, Rika-chan's hands will be occupied. So I am going to carry the watermelon. The sky is turning auburn in the sunset. The cool breeze feels good on my sandaled feet. The plastic bag I am carrying contains watermelon and also some bags of rock candy. If her mother finds them, she'll take them away, so we decided to eat them before we got to her home. We opened the bags and enjoyed the rock candy. Rika-chan is not an exception. Whenever kids from our neighborhood come to our house for errands, Granny gives them some treats. Actually, that's a pretty common rule here in Hinamizawa. It is funny, but sometimes when parents are not watching, siblings will fight over who gets to take the circular notice to the next house over. So these bags of rock candy are like tips for them. Of course, she does not normally give out this much. Usually it's just a little piece of it. Granny is being extra nice to Rika-chama. I feel bad getting all this candy. Do not worry. Granny loves you. You should just thank her and put a big smile on your face, that is all. Do you get lots of treats? I used to, but at this age they do not give me any. If they did, though, I would probably feel I was being treated like a little kid. I am being treated like a child then. And it's okay. Enjoy it while you can. When you become as old as me, you will not get any, even if you wanted some. As we talked about ordinary things, I noticed Rika-chan seemed a little sad. What is wrong? Whenever I run errands, I get candy as a treat, but Satoko does not get any even if she comes with me. I can think of so many reasons why. Not only Satoko, but everyone in the Hojo family is being treated poorly in Hinamizawa, and the Sonozaki family are the ones who instigated that. The two dam supporters have died in an accident already, but the malice against the Hojo family is still going. It is directed against Satoko and Satoshi, their children, and the aunt and uncle who are taking care of them. The big fight between the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family at the explanatory meeting started all this. But that was the Hojo couple, and it should not have anything to do with the children and their aunt and uncle. But the idea that the Hojo family are traitors evolved on its own. Therefore, anyone bearing the Hojo name is to be treated poorly. The aunt and uncle were not dam supporters, so over time the attacks towards them should have stopped. But they are rather odd, and they keep having trouble with their neighbors. They do not follow the community rules, they do not do their community duties, and they spray pesticide while their neighbor's laundry is still hanging outside. They often get into fights with the other villagers. They would be hated even without the dam. Therefore, the Hojo family continues to be treated poorly. But none of that should have anything to do with Satoko and Satoshi. Satoko and Satoshi are often depressed at school. I tried to leave the conflict between the two families aside, but I wonder how they really feel about that. From their point of view, I am just another member of the family that keeps harassing them. I do not want any of that at school. That is why I try to be their friend while we are there. How can we get that to extend outside too, instead of staying in the school? That would be pretty difficult. The Hojo family made enemies of the three families. They were branded as traitors, and that is still considered the truth. It would not mean anything if one person suggested an end to the hostilities, just because the events around the dam are history now. On the contrary, that would just put them in the same position. Unfortunately for Satoko and Satoshi, the only thing they could do is to wait patiently until the issue withers away. All I can do for them is provide an oasis until that day comes. So how long do they have to wait? I do not know. The dam conflict lasted for several years. They were branded back then, so it might take years to clear up too. Do you mean they will not be forgiven until they become adults? Will Satoko have to live out her childhood going through that? That is pretty miserable, is it not? Me. We are their friends, are we not? Sure, they are my friends. We are all buddies. Then is there not something we can do to help our friends? What exactly can we do? Even if the Sonozaki family declares that the dam conflict is over, so the Hojo family are no longer outcasts, that will not solve the problem. It is not that simple. In the first place, Granny hates the Hojo family and will not suffer their name to be mentioned in her presence. It is not a matter of someone forgiving another. It is a matter of very complicated ties between the people in this village. It is absolutely terrifying to have them as your enemies. Everyone knows that very well, and that is why they maintain good relationships with their neighbors. However, if you make enemies out of them, you will have to face the consequences. That is the unwritten law of the Japanese community, and the Sonozaki family is a part of this unwritten law. Now that the Hojo family are outcasts, not even the Sonozaki family can overturn the situation. So even if it is an issue of Hinamizawa, we cannot do anything about it as Hinamizawa residents. Unfortunately, that is probably so, If there is someone who can help Satoko, that person must be someone who has nothing to do with the village. But there is no one like that here. Are you saying someone from outside has to come help her? Like Rika-chan says, would a knight in shining armor from the outside world ever come here? Would that person bring in a new wind into this village that has been filled with stale air for hundreds of years? No way. That's just wishful thinking. Time will solve the problem someday. Until then, I have to be their ally. I cannot think of anything else I can do for them. As Rika-chan and I crunched on our rock candy, we can only pray that people will forgive Satoko and her family sooner rather than later. Rika-chan gently broke the heavy silence. I know. I know someone who has absolutely nothing to do with the village will come here from the outside. That is right. The damn conflict is over, so it would be great if more people moved into those lots that are for sale. Would it not be fun if a family with a kid our age moved in? He will come, I know, and we will break this evil practice alongside him. That will be the first key to one of the 3 locks that have us trapped in the past. What is this? Are you talking about a novel or something? Rika-chan says some odd things sometimes. When she talks that way, she seems so mature. I even start to doubt she is really younger than I am. The unreasonable antagonism towards the Hojo family. Will there really be someone from the outside who will shatter our old traditions? There will be, yes. That being said, I need to use the facilities, so BRB. Satoshi-kun is a good brother who takes great care of his sister. He went to visit Satoko-chan straight after school and kept encouraging her to get better every day. Without even hearing Satoshi-kun's stories, it is obvious to me that Satoko-chan never had a good relationship with her step-parents. She especially did not get along with her stepfather. Satoko-chan even called a child abuse hotline once. Not only that, her parents ended up dying in an accident, so she just was not able to withstand all that damage. Satoko-chan is still very young, so everything must have been horrible for her to go through. Fortunately, she has a wonderful brother. Emotional wounds are hard to heal, but nothing heals those wounds better than love from family members. I am sure that one day Satoko-chan will be able to smile again. She is still in shock, but when she talks to Satoshi-kun, she smiles a little bit. Oishi from the police department keeps requesting to see her, but I think I need to protect her for just a little longer. While he is passionate about his job, I wish he would be a touch more sensitive. If he reminds her of her parents' accident, her emotional wounds will start to open again. That is the one point I worry about with Satoko-chan. I heard someone knocking on the door. It was Takano-san. It does not look right, wearing a nurse's uniform like that. She is a licensed doctor, so she should wear a white coat and act like one. Maybe this is fun for her, but I think she might be insulting the real nurses. I did not say anything, though. Dr. Irie, may I talk to you? Oh, yes. Well, Satoshi-kun, if you'll excuse me. Sure. Hello, Satoshi-kun. Please keep Satoko-chan company. She is always alone, so I bet she is lonely. Okay? Oh, no, that is not true. Okay, Satoshi-kun, you are in charge. I got up and let Satoshi-kun take over. Did something happen? Not right here. Let's go to your office. Takano-san smiled meaningfully. Usually smiles bring happy feelings, but when it comes to Takano-san, that is rarely the case. Are you sure? Yes. The initial test results show there is a possibility she is a L3 or above. We need to keep her here and run some more tests. The results are not in yet, but from what I can see, it is very possible that she is at L4. Takano-san's eyes sparkled in a weird way. There is a reason for that. For us, finding patients in the terminal stage is a valuable boon to our research. In fact, as a result of dissecting the murder suspect from last year, we have made great progress in our research. In other words, we finally managed to isolate the pathogen. We also discovered that when the host dies, the pathogen melts away within a few hours. Once that happens, it is undetectable. That is why we never found the pathogen when we performed autopsies. Our research made a lot of progress after that. What we have found in this past year has easily surpassed what the late Dr. Takano found in decades. We are now studying the nature, the effect, and the symptoms of the pathogen, as well as treatments and vaccines. In other words, a living specimen who is at the terminal stage is a necessity for our research. However, we rarely find a patient who has gone that far, who has reached L5. Hinamizawa syndrome once created huge numbers of L5 patients, but today it does not have such potency. Because of that, we have to secure L5 patients, or patients who are close to reaching L5, as quickly as possible. Satoko-chan possibly qualifies to be that next sacrifice. keep the strange disease a secret, we cannot let patients who may be at L5 go. We have to run more tests first. Then we'll figure out what to do next. In any case, Satoko-chan seems so calm. Her behavior is nothing like the man from last year. Initial tests are in error sometimes. We'll have to wait for the results of a more detailed test to determine how serious her condition is. Okay, let's admit her for observation. Please let the staff know to get things ready. That sounds like a formal answer, but if the results come back positive, that will be the green light for her dissection. I do not know Satoko-chan that well, but I have known her brother Satoshi-kun through the baseball team for a long time. How could I dissect the apple of Satoshi-kun's eyes? I can feel scary images flashing in my head for the first time. Do not worry. Everything is already taken care of. She smiled as if telling me that the dissection is already being prepared for too. Is it just her who is smiling? Am I smiling like her too? When I dissected that man last year, I did feel guilt beforehand, but once I started it was like I was in paradise. All the pieces of the puzzle that were left by the late Dr. Takano fell into place, and at the same time they did not. How exciting it was, knowing that we are the first ones to take the first steps to solve a mystery that is. I do not even know how to explain this feeling to those who have never experienced it. There is no way to describe it with words. The only thing I can say is that even a year later, I still remember it vividly. So the results show that Satoshi-kun's beloved sister is to be dissected. Can I control myself? Can I stay calm? But that means I am a failure as a human being. I know very well that the Hojo family was treated poorly by the villagers. I know that Satoko-chan had to go through. Also, I know Satoshi-kun loves his sister, who is his one and only blood relative. How can I dissect Satoko-chan using my research as an excuse? I did not feel much guilt for the man from last year, but I feel unbearable guilt towards Satoko-chan. That means what I did last year was very sinful. I do not care if a stranger dies, but I do not want Satoko-chan to die. That is not right. All lives are equally precious. I tried to convince myself that he was a violent murderer, but maybe he only became that way because he was at the terminal stage. I do not know anything about him before he became deranged. Maybe he was a model citizen who was worthy of respect. Unfortunately, he became ill and ended up doing what he did. Maybe he was a victim himself, just like my father. I know more about Hinamizawa syndrome than anybody. This disease makes people act in bizarre ways, without those people realizing it. So when the people at the terminal stage do such strange and violent things, one should be sympathetic. I already knew that back when I decided to go down this path. I should have remembered it sooner, but I only did just now. I have finally realized what sinful research I am working on. Satoko Hojo's detailed test results came back. The results say L5. She is at the terminal stage of the terminal stage. It is actually a surprising result. In last year's case, the patient was extremely deranged. According to Takano-san's records, he complained about itching coming from the lymph nodes all over his body, and wanted to claw at his throat, just as the late Dr. Takano mentioned. But Satoko-chan is not displaying such symptoms. Even in the late Takano's data, Throat clawing is said to be a characteristic symptom of terminal stage patients. However, not all patients experience that symptom. Besides, emotional expression is very different in each person. Even if it's the same emotion, one patient may express it rather violently, and another may express it calmly. There is no way of knowing by just looking at a person. But Satoko-chan's detailed test results say that she is at this terminal stage of the terminal stage, L5. In other words, she may be feeling what the man from last year was feeling. It's just that she is not expressing that feeling in the same way the man was. Hinamizawa syndrome affects the frontal lobes of the brain. It stimulates the very most primitive of emotions, doubt, that very strongly. As a result, terminal patients are trapped in delusions of paranoia and end up committing horrible crimes. Satoko-chan seems to show improvement when she is exchanging friendly words with Satoshi-kun. But there's a paranoia stirring inside her that may put her in a deranged state at any moment. I cannot let her leave the clinic like this. However, if things go according to the manual, I will have to make a decision on her dissection. My decision will only be a formality. I cannot actually refuse. Takano-san appears to be already working on the dissection schedule. That plan will then come to me. Would I feel the same way while dissecting Satoko-chan? Would I be able to experience that trance once again? No. The question is, can I fight the temptation? As I pretend to question myself, I am letting Takano-san prepare things on her own. By doing so, am I passively agreeing to Satoko-chan's dissection? If possible, I want to save Satoko-chan. I do not want her to be a sacrifice for this research. I do not want to dissect her. Then, what about the man from last year? Do I only care about the lives of the people I know? If I do not dissect her, do I let her live and leave the clinic? Do I simply wait for her to become deranged and commit a horrible crime? And then she'll end up here, just like the man from last year, and I will end up dissecting her anyway. The man from last year was dissected alive, and kept that way for several months. With his skull left open, he was not allowed to die for several months. He was kept alive just for our cruel experiments. I do not want to do that to her. I do not know what to do. Even debating and agonizing over it is leading toward consent to her dissection by elimination. The gathering place inside of the Furude Shrine is in fact the headquarters of the Onikafuji Guardians. Normally a shrine should be a calm and quiet place, but there are anti-dam signs everywhere, making it very obvious what this location has become. There are over 30 members of the Guardians here at the moment, and they are having a heated conversation about their plans in the future. Although this meeting place is on the Furude family's property, it is a community faculty, so it closes at 9. Of course, sometimes the discussion gets so heated that it goes on past closing time, but meetings are supposed to end by 9. If a discussion ends early, they usually chit-chat until that time. That's what usually happens. Of course, they mostly talk about the dam even when they chit-chat. They talk about someone's mistreatment at the government office, or someone getting arrested unjustly, or complain that people at the dam construction site are too violent. Since it is idle chatter, the topics are slightly emotional, and because of that, there was a good deal of bad-mouthing the Hojos. Then she threw the circulation notes away. Can you believe that? That woman is crazy. Just the other day, she got into a huge argument with Makino-san's grandmother at the trash pickup. You know, the husband is rude too. He is so irrational. Did you see him at the explanatory meeting? That was bad. I cannot believe they are still here. I wish they would just leave. He said something about money. He has absolutely no shame. No, no, no. If you talk about being irrational, his wife is the same or even worse. It must be hereditary. I see their daughter shopping quite often, so I used to say hello to her, but she never replied. Can you believe that? So I got tired of it, and I do not say anything to her anymore. Their son always looks so depressed, does he not? By now, the Hojo family has become the enemy of the whole village. Bad-mouthing the Hojo family was the greatest topic that anyone could easily contribute to. If he had known how powerful the three families were, especially the Sonozaki family, and if he had known Oryu-san's character, he would not have said the things he did. The Hojo couple are residents here. Though they were never very enthusiastic about the council activities, they should have known what kind of person Oryu-san is. He could have imagined just what would happen to him if he talked to her that way. Yet he let his anger take over and voiced his unpleasant feelings. So most people think the Hojo family brought their isolation upon themselves. If they wanted to negotiate with the government regarding the move, they should have done so privately. Yet he was foolish enough to express himself at a public gathering like that. So not too many sympathized with the Hojo family. Ever since the big fight at the explanatory meeting, the Sonozaki family has looked at the Hojo family as their enemy and started to go after them. That caused the other pro-dam families to go quiet, fearing they would be made into scapegoats too, and those who wanted to leave were bitterly forced to give up. Even those people started criticizing the Hojo couple, saying they could have gotten their compensation to leave if the two had not picked that reckless fight. Both the anti-dam and pro-dam people hate the Hojos now, and the family has become even more isolated. Moreover, the Hojos are both very aggressive. They should have stayed quiet at least until things settled down, but they did not. That alienated the handful of people who took pity on them as well, so now nobody even says anything to them. All of that was immediately obvious by listening to the foul talk here and there at the gathering place. Rika always helps out by putting the teacups away, so I am sure she hears what they say as well. One of the Hojo family members they are bad-mouthing is Rika's friend, Satoko-chan. It hurts to think about what Rika feels while hearing that. As priest of the Furude Shrine, should I let this continue? Oyashiro-sama is a god who makes peace between enemies. When the humans and demons fought, Oyashiro-sama descended from heaven and mediated between both sides. As caretaker of this shrine, I must do something before it goes too far. I am sitting next to Oryu-san, who is spitefully disparaging the Hojo family. So that ass was talking shit to me. Who the hell cares? He will be cursed by Oyashiro-sama, that is for sure. The elderly people cheer her on as they listen to her speak. If I barge in now, I have a feeling it will not be a peaceful conversation, but I have to make up my mind. As a priest of the Furude Shrine, also for the sake of Rika's friend, Satoko-chan. Oryu-san, do you not think you have said enough by now? What the hell are you trying to tell me? Well, I am sure Hojo-san really did not mean what he said. Is it not a bit much for this kind of treatment to go on for so long? Shut up. You heard what he said, did you not? Were you not pissed? He pissed me off. Shit. Oryu-san is the head of the Sozaki family, the heir to the demons. She never forgives anyone who stands against her, so there is no way she'd even listen to what I am trying to say. Oryu-san and the others became furious and refused to listen to me. I also mentioned that the dam construction plan will be cancelled soon, so they should calm down already. I said that because the staff at the Uri Clinic told me that the government is putting some kind of pressure on the Ministry of Construction. But thinking that I am being an opportunist, soon criticism of me began to circulate the room. After that, I realized I have become branded as a fence-sitter. If the demons are willing to listen, then there is a chance to make peace. But how can I make peace with people who refuse to listen? I destroyed their mood, so I just have to give up and shut my mouth. Then I felt a little hand on my back. Rika, it is getting late. Why do you not go home? No matter how hard we try, we cannot reach them. Rika looked into the distance when she spoke. The evil of this corrupted village is probably beyond the means of those of us living in that muck. But I will not lose hope. Surely, someone who will destroy this stagnation will arrive very soon. I know, her eyes shone as if seeing a future that only the maiden of the Furude Shrine could see. Furude-san, thank you for waiting. We just finished the last test. She will be back soon. I hope she is able to help. Of course, Rika-san will help the whole village. I think we will be able to come up with a treatment soon. We are still looking into the structure, but we are finding out how important Rika-san is to the villagers. People with more serious conditions cannot stabilize themselves, but we have found out if they get close to the queen carrier, they generate some kind of substance in their brain. This substance has a calming effect and seems to have the power to bring their symptoms down. If we can produce this substance, it will end up making for a powerful treatment. I see. Rika has that kind of power. You should not be surprised. People say that maidens of the Furude Shrine have the psychic power to calm both souls and demons, do they not? Even before we discovered it, it was already recorded in the history of the last few hundred years. That is true. I am impressed with how wise people were back then. The tests are all done. Rika, good work. You must be getting tired. Why do you not take this and go get something to drink? They took a lot of my blood, so I need to replenish. Rika took the 100 yen coin that was offered to her and ran out into the hallway. I appreciate Rika-san's help. If she had not offered her assistance, our research would not have progressed this far. Rika is very concerned about her friend with the syndrome. She said she wants to help because of her. Doctor, please take Rika's feelings into account. Of course. We are taking up her precious time every Sunday, so we will make sure to get to the bottom of this. We may have to put her through some rather rough experiments, but I hope you will understand. We will never harm her in any way, though. She is such an important person. She is a reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama after all. I wonder how people back then found out about the syndrome, and how they knew the Fude family were the descendants of the queen. I am truly impressed. By the way, there is something I have to ask you. I would like to ask you for permission to collect her cerebrospinal fluid. Also, there is a chance that we'll have to drill a hole in her skull to examine the inside of her head. A hole in her skull. Of course, we'll take every precaution. Rika-san is the one and only queen carrier. We will make sure that she is safe. Her safety is our priority. Of course, since Rika-chan is a girl, we will not shave her entire head. However, we'll have to ask her to stay at the clinic a little longer so we can keep our eyes on her. She can still receive visitors, of course. You are more than welcome to attend the examination. I am sure she'll be more relaxed to have someone she knows nearby. Do you really need to perform this examination? Is it really safe? I cannot absolutely guarantee her safety for either collecting cerebrospinal fluid or for drilling a hole in her skull. There is always the off chance something might go wrong. Also, Rika-san may suffer from some physical and emotional discomfort. Even if it is this important, we cannot perform it without the parents' consent. Actually, I've already talked to Rika-chan about it. What did she say? She said that it's fine. I have explained to her the possibility of danger.
Stream Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
But we still need your consent. Sometimes Rika truly believes that she is the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, so maybe she feels obligated to sacrifice herself for the villagers. What an impressive child. Could you please let me talk to my wife? She understands the situation, but I still need to explain it to her. Sure, of course. Please talk it over with her. So this examination is an extremely important step in the process of stamping out the syndrome, right? Yes. It will solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome, for sure. At least it will be the first step. As I already explained, if something happens to the Queen Carrier, the whole community here may be in danger. In other words, it's possible the whole village could end up with terminal symptoms. That is right. According to the studies, within 48 hours of the death of the Queen Carrier, everyone with the disease will become dangerously sick. We must prevent that from happening no matter what. If something happens to Rika, the whole village will go insane. Yes, it is our job to prevent that. It might seem ironic that we have to put your daughter in danger, but this is the only way to stamp out the syndrome. Dr. Irie, I hope you will succeed in that examination. As I said, there are no guarantees in medicine. Sure. Irie answered with a nod, interrupting Takano's vague response. I will succeed. I will save Rika-san, and the villagers too. I promise. Okay, I will talk to my wife. I will let you know our decision. Yes, thank you. After Rika and her father left, Takano started to laugh. What is it? What is so funny? Oh, nothing. I just thought it was amusing to get permission from both the patient and her parents beforehand. Rika-chan is going through something she does not have to. I thought I should as a courtesy. I would have gotten consent from the man last year had he been in a normal condition. Are you being tormented with guilt ever since you started your research here? What do you mean? This type of teasing was normal from Takano, but maybe she had gone a little too far. Irie made it clear how displeased she was to hear that. You can only research Hinamizawa syndrome by using living beings. You feel guilty continuing your work because of that. Those guilty feelings are a necessity. Whether it's a murder or dissection, the fact that you are taking someone's life is the same. We have to accept that and at the same time devote ourselves to our research. That is an extremely impressive theory you have there. Then Dr. Irie, how many times have you gotten consent before you cut into people's brains? Irie did not think Takano knew about that. How many brains have you cut up without consent, using your selfish theory that people commit crimes due to mental disorders as your excuse? That is, common sense changes with time. Back then, doctors did not need to explain anything or get consent beforehand, so I do not think you have to be concerned about the past. It would be a problem now, but it was okay back then, so that is fine. But you feel guilty, and that is why you want to get consent from Rika-chan beforehand, and why you wanted to get it from him, right? That is not true. In the first place, the treatment and dissection are... Listen, boy, what you want is a stamp of forgiveness known as prior consent, right? What you want is some stamp of forgiveness, some deception to fill your heart so you can atone for your past sins. If you regret what you have done, then you would never get involved with brains again. Yet you are dragging regrets behind as you continue to deal with brains, guilty all the while. If you truly acknowledged your actions as a sin, then you would have refused to accept the appointment as director. Is that not right, boy? I do not need to listen to this. Excuse me. You must listen. The field of medicine is constantly won in battles against that era's ethics and social values. When Dr. Takano discovered the existence of the syndrome, the people in power at the time just disregarded their own ignorance and scoffed at his foresight. But he did not stop researching until he collapsed. He believed that someday he would be acknowledged. Even if it was after he died, he still believed in it. He could do that only because of how strong his conviction was. If it was not for that, he would have given up. A strong will is what keeps research going. Only the most determined can achieve a result, but you do not have that. You are a coward who still cannot decide if he should be proud or ashamed of his achievements. How could you accept the position of director with such half-hearted determination? You knew from the beginning that this research could not be brought to fruition without adding further blood to your already stained hands. I do not know what to say. Maybe I am half-hearted. Then why do you not resign? You will still have the obligation to keep things secret, but at least you will not have to feel guilty anymore. You may be my partner, but you are also simply a person who was requested by my client. Now that this research institute is fully developed, you are not needed. If you do not have the necessary determination to do research to begin with, you are an especially useless partner. I will never quit researching. I am not afraid of guilt or regret. My conviction is what will take me to the future. Just like Dr. Takano succeeded, I will succeed alone. That is impressive. However, though my determination may not come close to yours, I too have a will, and that is why I am here. As you said, I already have blood on my hands. After I arrived in Hinamizawa, they got even bloodier, so I cannot just run from my responsibilities. I will probably continue to be tormented by my unatoned sins, but I will not run. I will get to the bottom of Hinamizawa syndrome. That is the least I could do for all the people who gave their lives for this research, and also for those who will give their lives from now on. Irie wore a determined look on his face. He appeared different from even a moment before, when he was baffled by Takano having brought up those painful memories. For a short while, Irei's eyes displayed his strong will, and then he turned around. We'll probably get consent for Rika-chan's examination, so please start preparing for it. I understand, Director. They got their consent the following week. A group of boys are playing baseball under the powerful sun. The sound of cicadas mark the heat, makes the heat stand out even more, but to those boys it's just another kind of cheering from the crowds. Of course, they go through the training exercises to build stamina, but the boys do not actually like such routine activities. What they look forward to the most is the free game after practice. The school in Hinamizawa is actually borrowed from the Forestry Service. The schoolyard is made of gravel, so is not very appropriate for playing sports on. Compared to that, the grounds of the school in Okinomiya are properly maintained for athletic activities, so the kids grow even more energetic when they come here. Kids from Hinamizawa really do not care if the ground is made of gravel or not. The other instructor is watching the game, so I decide to go get some drinks for the team. Coach, where are you going? I thought I would go get some drinks for everyone. Do you mind helping me, Satoshi-kun? Oh, no, not at all. Satoshi-kun decided to come along with me. Sometimes kids do not like what grown-ups choose, so I am glad he agreed to help. Satoshi-kun and I got in the car and headed to the grocery store nearby. Manager, how is Satoko doing? Well, she is doing fine. Although it is an extremely slow process, her emotional wounds are healing. I think we should let her rest for a little longer. It is natural for Satoshi-kun to be worried. Satoko-chan has been in the hospital for over 2 weeks. Of course, he does not know his sister has Hinamizawa syndrome. Not only that, she is almost at L5. She could become deranged at any moment. He believes she is depressed because of the shock of their parents' accident. He came to the clinic every day to cheer his sister up, but Satoko-chan has become emotionally unstable and was showing some dangerous symptoms, so we called off the visits. In fact, Satoko-chan is not doing so well. L5, the stage Satoko-chan is at, is a very abnormal one. The man from last year, who was at the same stage, was acting so abnormal that even a drug addict in his final stages would have turned and ran. There is no guarantee Satoko-chan will not fall into the same condition. When we performed the autopsy of that man last year, we learned the true identity of the syndrome and gained a great understanding of its mechanisms. We even discovered some important facts that may lead to the development of a cure. However, we have yet to find a method of actually curing the disease. So if Satoko-chan becomes unrecoverable, we may have to dissect her, just like we did the man from last year. How can I tell Satoshi-kun about his sister's situation? All I can do is make vague comments and lie to him that she is recovering. What if she becomes much worse? That would make me an unforgivable liar. The tiny bit of conscience that remains in me hurts. If it is okay with your clinic, can't she stay there a little longer? Why are you saying that? I thought he wanted her to come home as soon as possible, so I am a little surprised. Well, actually, Satoko does not get along with her aunt. I heard she did not get along with her parents, but she cannot get along with your aunt and uncle either. Satoko does not open up to grown-ups. Satoshi-kun has told me about their family background. Their mother's constant remarriages wounded her children deeply. Satoshi-kun was able to overcome it, but Satoko-chan was too young to be able to do that. That left her traumatized, and she now has a tendency to distrust or dislike guardians who are not related to her. Actually, nobody would like a guardian who is not related to them. It is not just Satoko-chan, but usually people try to deal with that even if they do not like it. I guess Satoko-chan's not capable of that. Our uncle is not home much. Besides, even when he is either sleeping or watching TV, so he is not the problem. But our aunt really goes after Satoko. Why does she not like her? I can guess why. Satoko-chan's parents were dam proponents, and because of that, the villagers considered the aunt and uncle part of the Hojo family and ostracized them as such. Moreover, they passed away suddenly in an accident and left two children behind, so I guess there would be more hate there than gratitude. If she had been obedient like Satoshi-kun, everything would have been fine. But Satoko-chan cannot be that way. She shows that in her attitude and expressions, which leads to her and her aunt having a big fight. I have told my aunt about Satoko's situation, but she just cannot understand. I think you are a great big brother, Satoshi-kun. You are the one and only relative Satoko-chan has left now. Right? I feel that way too. Satoshi-kun said with a slight hint of a sigh. He does not say it, but it seems Satoshi-kun has grown tired of having to cover for Satoko-chan every time she and her aunt fight. He is a good person as well as a good big brother, so I am sure he'll do anything to cover for his sister. But that is a very exhausting thing to keep doing forever. Satoshi-kun was already doing that when their parents were alive, and eventually his mental equilibrium could not handle the strain. He grew sick and he visited my clinic. I thought circumstances might have improved after their initial cause. His parents were gone, but it seemed things were even worse than before. I understand. I cannot release Satoko-chan if things are like that. Her symptoms may return again. Do not worry about the hospital fees. I will make sure Satoko-chan truly recovers. While trying to pretend I am listening to his request, I feel a little disgusted at myself for making such selfish excuses. I will make sure. Takano-san is working on her dissection plan as we speak. If that is possible, that will help me too. What? I mean, if Satoko stays in the clinic a little while longer, then I can relax as well. That is all. What do you mean? As soon as Satoko comes back, I know she will get into fights with my aunt again. Then it is back to those days of constant fighting and screaming again, and I will probably get dragged into it too. So if Satoko were hospitalized for a very long time, that would be the easiest on me. But when I think like that, I hate myself. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun is a great big brother who always sticks up for his little sister. But that does not mean he does not feel burdened. To think things like that, what a terrible big brother I am. The more I think that way, the more I hate myself. Satoshi-kun said, sniffling once. His expression was one of anguish, as if truly feeling his own sin. His desire to be a model big brother is putting himself under greater pressure. I feel bad for Satoko-chan, but I also feel bad for Satoshi-kun in a different way. As someone who knows the truth of both of them well, I feel that I must be their ally, since they do not have anyone else who cares about them. When I asked Rika-chan, she said Satoko might have possibly gone up to the mountain behind the shrine. She is fond of going there. That mountain is covered in with trees, vines, and fallen logs, and she really likes the area. Any child would dream of having a secret base, and to Satoko, her secret base is the whole mountain. However, the mountains were undeveloped territory, making them a dangerous place that was easy to get lost in. As her brother, I am a little concerned that she spends so much time on it, but maybe I should worry more about myself getting lost since I rarely come up here. The mountain gets dark quickly when evening falls. If I still cannot find her, I should look for her somewhere else. Satoko, Satoko. I am yelling as loud as I can, but in the woods my voice does not carry that well. According to Rika-chan, she has been making her secret base in this area. She goes up there alone to expand it. What does she mean by expand it? If it is a secret base, she must not want anyone to find it. Does that mean she has set up some traps? Considering that, I should have noticed the traps on the mountain before everyone got. Suddenly my foot sunk into the ground and snagged on something like a jump rope tied beneath dried leaves. I heard some noise from up above, and then a big ball made of branches fell right next to me. It had to be one of the playful traps Satoko loved. If I was not so lucky, I am sure the ball would have hit my head. Oh my, look who is here. It is you, Nini. Satoko. No, this kind of horseplay is dangerous. Did you not see the sign put up by the Forestry Service? It clearly states it is dangerous to come into these woods. My wonderful traps will welcome anyone who ignores that warning. As her brother, I should stop her from doing things like this. But when I see her brilliant smile, I cannot say anything else. I have not seen that smile in some time. By the way, Satoko, were you not told to come home by evening since we are going out for dinner tonight? I do not want to go. Why does our mother and father not go by themselves? If you want to, you can go with them, Nini. Are you still angry at father? He threw an ashtray at me. No, that happened with our previous father. Our current one has not done that. He locked me out on the veranda. He did not feed me lunch. He complained I got him the wrong brand of cigarettes. Then he slapped my face saying I should not be a picky eater. And then, she is not talking about our current stepfather. Things about all of our different stepfathers have mixed themselves up in her head. Every time our mother remarried, we had to call a different man our father. The word father is not a word that should be taken lightly. If you do not truly acknowledge a man as your father, how can you call him that? That is how much weight it carries. However, just to make things smooth and peaceful, I used the word father even if I did not want to. But it was difficult for Satoko, young as she was, to do the same. Ever since Satoko was very little, she has been having troubles with all our stepfathers. She has never opened up to our current one. To Satoko, a father figure is no longer someone she can trust. It is true our current stepfather does not have any experience being a parent, so he sometimes gets rather upset with her. But ever since the incident where Satoko called the child abuse hotline, our stepfather regretted his mistakes and tried his best to communicate with her. Even my mother realized how much Satoko has suffered emotionally when it was pointed out by the social worker. She is doing her part in trying to bring Satoko back into the family, but Satoko completely refuses to even try. It is understandable, though. Her childhood, her childhood has been filled with misery. Satoko can only open up to me. That is why I have to be the one and only family member she can trust. Otherwise, she'll be all alone in this world. but brother and sister alone cannot be considered a family. Even if we do not get along now, if we continue to communicate, even in a small way, we may be able to become a real family someday. Satoko, our current stepfather is getting nicer. He says he wants to make up with you. That is news to me. That is because every time he tries to say it, you run away. He wants to talk to you. He says he will not make you eat pumpkin anymore. That is a lie. He said I could not leave until I ate my pumpkin, and he tied me to the chair. Again, she is not talking about her current stepfather. Satoko, just come home with me, okay? Mother got free dinner coupon, and we do not want it to go to waste, do we? We already have the reservation, so we have to go today. Why do you not go, Nini? I prefer staying home alone. Satoko usually does not stay out playing this late. She knows we are going out, that is why she is out here alone. Although I want to snap at Satoko, I controlled myself, because she only has me. I cannot scare her. Please, let us go home, Satoko. You do not have to decide to go out or not right now. You can think about it after we get there. Besides, without your help, I cannot find my way down the mountain. Nini, I have brought you here so many times already, and yet you still have not learned. What am I going to do with you? Satoko holds out her hand. She often says she is embarrassed to hold my hand in front of people, but she is holding out her hand right now. I took that hand, Satoko's fragile hand. I have to protect her as her big brother. Let us go home, Satoko. Sure. Plans for Satoko-chan's dissection are moving right along. I do not want Satoshi-kun to be sad. I feel pity for Satoko-chan and her harsh circumstances. I am still struggling with how much I have to sacrifice for the sake of research. Irie. Sorry. What is it, Rika-chan? One of my friends has been in the clinic for a long time. Do you think she has Hinamizawa syndrome? Who told you that? No one. I just thought about it. So what do you think, Irie? Does Satoko have Hinamizawa syndrome? Rika-chan is on our side. There is nothing I have to hide from her. Actually, I probably should not keep anything from her. Yes, the problems with her parents and then their sudden deaths. It was all too much for her to bear. Maybe that was what triggered it. What did the test results say? L5. She seems perfectly fine on the surface, but her emotions are extremely unstable. Since the other day, she has even been refusing to meet with Satoshi-kun. Satoshi told me he is worried that it is taking a very long time for Satoko to get better. Irie, what will happen to Satoko? Satoko-chan is Rika-chan's best friend. How can I tell her that we are planning to dissect Satoko-chan? However, even if I do not say anything, she already knows that Satoko-chan's situation is extremely poor. Did you not find out a lot of things when you examined me? Sure, of course. We are even testing medicine which might be able to control the symptoms. Can you not give that medicine to Satoko? I thought about it, but it is too dangerous. We are still in the trial stages and trying to gather more data. We cannot use it on someone who is in a delicate situation like Satoko-chan. Then, if you will not try that medicine, what will happen to Satoko? She spoke as if aware of our plans for Satoko. No, she must actually know. I have told her about most of my research. She is more mature than she looks, so it would be easy for her to figure out. If there's even a 1% chance of Satoko getting better, then I think we should take that chance. It is extremely risky. Worst case, she could immediately display terminal symptoms and hallucinate, or potentially lose her consciousness and spend the rest of her life just staring blankly at a wall. Either one would be too cruel a fate for her. So are you saying it's better to have her die in her sleep? Irie. Just like Takano says, there is no guarantees in medicine, but if we do not do anything, Satoko will die for sure. I think it is clear what we should do. That is true. You are right. But I know too well. C-103, the medicine that is being tested, may not even be something that can be used. It may not even have a 1% chance of success. Worse, I cannot even imagine what kind of tragic end she would meet if her body rejects the medicine. That is why I am tempted to believe it will be far more merciful to feed her her favorite food, let her gently fall asleep, and after that dissect her while she dreams. I do not want to admit it, but Takano-san is right. I am being indecisive and showing a lack of resolve. How effective could the medicine made by someone like that really be? So, because it was medicine I created myself, I could not even believe there might be a 0.1% chance of success. I think we can believe in it. She spoke as if she read my mind. Surprised, I raised my head to look up at her, and found her giving me a reassuring look I never would have imagined someone her age capable of. People's lives depend on your job. It is almost absurd that a human being can control life and death like that. I cannot even imagine the pressure. Her voice has not changed, but I feel like Rika-chan is admonishing me, almost as if she knows what it is like to be responsible for human lives. Guilt and regret are a part of that. That is why you cannot use the medicine on Satoko. Is that not right? Takano-san said the same thing when she criticized me earlier. I am being criticized again. But that is why I can trust you with Satoko. What? Human lives are precious. You understand that very well, and that is why you do what you do. Without knowing that, how could you heal people? Do you think I would trust medicine created by Takano, who thinks humans are just her guinea pigs? I should not have laughed, but I could not help it. I felt like I should laugh. If both you and Takano each produced different medicine, I think yours would be the one to cure her, because your medicine came from your heart. Your will to heal people is what cures them. You are absolutely right. I cannot believe you are admonishing me about medicine. I let you use my body for Satoko. Everything you took out from me is for her. If you created that medicine with knowledge of how precious human lives are, then of course it will work on Satoko. Do shrine maidens take confessions? If they do, she is doing a great job being a shrine maiden at this age. This will be a gamble. The question is whether Satoko-chan will accept it. We do not need to tell her. Learning of the Hinamizawa syndrome will only dredge up the deep scar on her heart again. What did she mean by those words? When I realized it later, I was surprised by how thoughtful and perceptive she was. Let us stop planning for the next section. We are going to give Hojo Satoko C-103. I will do my best to increase the chance by even 1%. Do not worry, Irie. It will work. You should not be so optimistic. I know it will work. It is already decided. That is a very reassuring prophecy from the Furude Shrine's Shrine Maiden. You can do it. Well, I mean, she has seen the future, so she knows that will work. I have wanted to become a doctor ever since I was little. Doctors make a lot of money. People look up to doctors. I think those are the kind of reasons I had. So when I played with my friends, I always acted like a doctor. I cleaned their wounds and applied ice packs when my friends sprained their ankles, using what I learned from household medical books. Everyone, including me, believed I would be a doctor one day. My family was poor, so they praised me for that goal. They told me that I needed to study a lot to become a doctor, so they borrowed some pseudo-medical books from the local library for me. The rental fees were not cheap, so I would speed read one book in a day, and the next day my parents would go back to the store to exchange it for a different book, saying they accidentally borrowed a book they already borrowed before. By doing so, my parents borrowed two books for the price of one. Of course, now I know those books were rather useless, but they were highly motivational just the same. My neighbors called me Dr. Kiyus. I keep having trouble saying his first name. Keisuke-kun, and I was always picked for class health officer at school. Kyusuke? Q. Even my teachers helped me with the classes I needed to take to become a doctor. Of course, in reality, becoming a doctor is not as easy as it might seem. I had to study diligently, and the path was most definitely rough. To become a doctor, one must attend college. Since my family was poor, I was told I was not allowed to go to an expensive private school, so I had to be admitted to a national public university. My grades were not bad, but the admission rate to national public universities is very marginal, especially since I wanted to go to a medical school. My chances were even smaller. I studied like crazy. My only driving force was my childhood dream of becoming a doctor. The dream of becoming a doctor and to be looked up to by everyone kept me going, and I was admitted. I was not at the top of the list, but I made it in. I was finally at the starting point of making my childhood dream come true. My parents were thrilled. Neither my father nor mother went to college, so they were proud of their son getting into a public medical school. They invited our relatives over to celebrate. Although it was a public university, tuition was not cheap, but they still had an extravagant celebration anyway. My father did not express his emotions much. He always kept a straight face. He rarely voiced his opinion or took initiative on anything. My mother took care of everything, and he showed up last and left without saying a word. He was a typical stern and silent Japanese father of the time. That is why I was surprised to see him shedding tears of joy, and I cried along with him. He ran around to all my relatives while repeatedly slapping my back, saying how proud and lucky he was to have a son like me. He bragged about my achievements to all who would hear him. The celebration became my farewell party as I was about to leave for Tokyo. My father yelled "Bonsai" repeatedly at the station as the train pulled away. I was a little embarrassed, but when I could no longer see my father, I could clearly recall the tears pouring down. The days of hellish studying and exams began after that. Some days I was tempted to just give up and submit myself to the lavish lifestyle of the city, but the letters from my family always encouraged me and gave me the strength to go on. My dream, then, was to open up my own clinic in my hometown so I could contribute to the region. I never even dreamed of getting involved with brains. One day I noticed a difference in a letter from my family. The letter said the usual things about how I was at home and asked how I was doing, but the postscript was what caught my attention. Your father has become really violent lately. Sometimes he turns the house upside down and I do not know what to do. I just could not picture him acting viciously. I was extremely surprised. Did something happen? But in the postscript my mother said that there was nothing she could think of. My mother and father had been together for a long time. They had been together since well before I was born, so she noticed things that I could not. She could not even think of a reason why my father had become so violent. What happened? They got along so well. They were such a lovely couple. When I caused a problem for my mother when I was little, my father only bonked my head with his knuckle. Why was he acting this way towards my mother? Maybe there was some kind of misunderstanding between them. I was going home for the new year. Maybe I could have a good talk with him then. But the situation was a lot more serious than I thought. On one cold winter day, I found my apartment door unlocked. I thought someone had broke in, but I found my mother in my apartment with her luggage. That is right. My mother could no longer take my father's fury and came to stay with me. This was back when people still believed in the proverb, a woman has no place to settle down all her life. She could not go back to her own family because they lived in the same region as my father, so she came all the way to Tokyo. I heard about my father's violence from my mother's own lips. She cried, saying that she had no idea why such a quiet man changed like that. She said she was not ever going back to him. I did not know what to do. I asked her if she could talk to him one more time, but the bruises on her body told me it was no use. To remember what happened afterwards is too much, so I will be brief. After my mother left, my father thought she was having an affair and sent over to the neighbor's house with a wooden sword. He was arrested. He was released immediately, but he assumed someone in the neighborhood was hiding her, so he did the same thing repeatedly. He eventually reached the point of getting into fights with anyone he saw. At the end, he picked a fight with some young punks and ended up being beaten to death. My relatives gave my father a decent funeral, but my mother did not attend. It was no use being a dead horse. So, nobody said anything negative about my father. but everyone was simply puzzled as to why he changed so much. What I heard from my relatives about my father's final days was a lot stranger than what I heard from my mother. My mother only told me about his sudden rage and violence, but my relatives told me he also laughed and grew sad. Apparently, he displayed several sudden fluctuations of emotion, especially so in his last years. They also told me that he had started to complain about headaches after an accident he had. My father was a construction worker. He had his head hard on a construction board during an accident at work. He regained his consciousness quickly and seemed fine, but since the accident he started to have headaches and behave abnormally. I sensed a connection between the accident and my father's changes, so I talked to my professor and after I went back to Tokyo. I cannot say for certain, but it sounds like it is possible your father suffered some kind of brain damage. There is a chance that blow to his head caused an organic mental disorder. The symptoms your father showed in his final years are similar to the delirium and mental fluctuations we have often seen in similar patients. Human behavior is created by the brain, and if the brain is damaged, it can cause erratic behavior. In other words, my father was not crazy. He was suffering from a disorder. If you can perform an autopsy on him, you should check his brain carefully. Maybe you'll find something like a tumor there. My father had already been cremated, so there was no way of knowing. But hearing about his behavior, I knew for sure. That was the only way to explain why such a quiet and gentle man would change. I tried to explain all this to my relatives to regain my father's honor, but hardly anyone understood. If his brain was damaged, he would have been dead. But he was alive and well, so the accident did not damage his brain. It was not his brain that caused him to change, it was his mind. They simply brushed it off like that. This is the perception most people have about the brain. They do not realize the mind and the brain are connected. Most of the relatives did not believe me, but there was one person who I really wanted to anyway. That was my mother. As she got older, she grew senile and she exaggerated the abuse she had to endure. All she did was criticize my father, and every time she ended up crying, lamenting that she married him. They were a lovely couple. We were a great family. That is why I wanted to convey to her that she was misunderstanding the situation with my father. My father's behavior was caused by his brain damage. What he did to her was very sad, but he did not want to be that way. I told her that he was not at fault. But my mother did not understand. Before she took her last breaths, I begged her to forgive my father. But her final words were, "Please do not bury me next to that man." My father was not at fault. He was simply the victim of a brain disorder. You do not complain to a person who is coughing because he has a cold, because coughing is just a symptom and he should be sympathized with. In my father's case, the symptoms were not as obvious as a cough. They took the form of changes in personality, which are much harder to recognize. If I had studied the brain more, I could have explained it better to my mother so that she could have understood him. Then they could have been a nice couple again in heaven. When I realized that, I cried. I also realized that there were plenty of people like my father in this world who are suffering from a disorder, yet they are misunderstood and despised for it. And then I found out. I found out about a miraculous cure for such disorders called a lobotomy. Ever since that day, I spent my days learning about the brain so I could help people who are suffering from mental illnesses. My father is gone, but if he was still alive, I could cure him myself, so he and my mother could reconcile. That is the main reason why I am here. I do not know what to say. I want to say something, but I cannot think of the right words. I can only sigh. Oishi-san, I have been looking for you. The section manager asked me about the wanted poster. Be quiet. This is a place of rest. As Kumagai barged into the room, the old coroner quickly snapped back at him. Sorry. The section manager asked me about the wanted poster for the suspect. Can you talk to Komiyama-kun about that? I need to speak to the coroner here. Could you tell him I will be right over? Okay. Kumagai ran out of the autopsy room with the same haste he entered in. Lively, is he not? The old man would have slapped him for making such a fuss. You probably should go back too. The air in here is not for people who are not used to it. You are right. If I slack off too long, I might get slapped as well. Here in Shishibone, all the hoodlums cross the street when you pass through. Yet he is the only one, past or future, who has ever punched you for splitting your sumo wrong. He really was a merciless man. I think he punched me more than my real father. Does not matter if he was your real one or not. If you looked up to him in the same way, then he really was a father to you. My real father passed away in Nagoya. He was unlucky. If he was not given the order to move to a plant in Nagoya, he would not have died in an air raid. If he could have rode it out another half a year or so, then the war would have been over. I was sad, of course, but I was grown up enough by then that I did not cry into the ground like my mother did. But people feel sadness in different ways. For some people it comes all at once as an overwhelming wave, but others feel sadness gradually over a long period of time. I think I was the latter. When he was alive, I only thought of him as annoying. In my mind, I even cursed him with questions about why he avoided the draft, and I thought my feelings towards him would always be the same. Then the war ended. As I saw families and friends being reunited with joy as they came home from the front, it finally happened. I grieved for my father's death. Japan was filled with people who were sad and full of despair. I knew I was not the only one whose life ended up that way, but I remember I was very, very heartbroken. After the war, the nation completely changed. As a policeman, the environment I worked in went through sudden changes too. In order to forget my sorrow, the only thing I could do was devote myself to my work. At the time, I was in charge of busting people for buying rice illegally. I conducted spot checks on travelers at major train stations, and boy did I find a lot of them. There was a fairly big black market in Gogura, and a lot of people came from as far as Osaka to buy it. After the war, Japan faced a chronic shortage in food supply. To those ends, the nation constituted a food rationing program signed by the Food Control Act. But the rations the government provided were not even close to being enough to feed families. Therefore, people had no choice other than buying food and supplies on the black market. The government hardly had enough food for rations, but there was somehow plenty on the black market. The dealers there sold it at outrageous prices, and some of them became quite wealthy. The Sonozaki family made their money through that black market, but that is another story. The government did not bother arresting these dealers, for with their money they were able to buy off the top members of the police department. Instead, they decided to go after the people buying the goods, and even confiscated the rice they bought by selling everything they owned. Yeah, I remember that. Was there not a prosecutor who starved himself to death? Yeah, there was. The prosecutor who vowed not to eat illegal rice starved to death. Was it not in 1947? That was horrible. He, a public prosecutor, proved to himself that people could not survive by adhering to the law. That prosecutor had grown tired of the government charging people with doing whatever they could to survive. He proclaimed that he was never going to buy black market rice again. In 1947, he starved to death when he was only in his mid-30s. The law prohibited people from buying black market rice, but that was the only way to survive. In that case, was the Food Control Act a bad law itself? The death of the prosecutor was seen as a desperate message to the government about the unjustness of that law. We rounded up people with bags of rice and lined them up at the temporary inspection point next to the station. It was like a military tribunal. We inspected their bags and confiscated everything that they bought at the black market. The women all cried. They sold everything they owned to buy the rice. They pleaded that if we confiscated the rice, how would they feed their starving children? It does not make sense. Yet they forbade you from going after the sellers. So it was absolutely unfair from the view of the people. Everyone was on edge. If they heard a police inspection was set up at the next station, they would jump off the train and run. We were aware of these people, so we set up several officers near jump-off spots in order to capture them. I remember chasing after a woman carrying several kilos of rice on them. That was when I first met the old man. Man, I was surprised. Remember my father? He looked exactly like him. I really thought that maybe my father had miraculously survived the air raid in Nagoya. I was chasing a man who was running away from the inspection point. There was no way for him to run with a heavy bag of rice on him. So either he would get arrested with the illegal rice or escape by ditching the rice that he bought by selling all of his belongings. In other words, if a person is being chased by the police, that person cannot provide his family any rice to eat. Of course, I felt guilty about that. I knew people had to buy the rice to survive. So we had a tacit agreement to let those who ditched the rice and ran get away. So I always thought the same thing as I chased them. Please throw it away. I did not want to catch him, because I did not want to hear him crying and pleading in distress. It was then that the old man showed up. He looked exactly like my dead father. I was dumbfounded. Then all of a sudden he punched me in the head. If a father disciplines you, as a child, you lower your head in apology. I was so happy to see my father alive that I could not hold my joy in. The old man said, "Let him go." When I heard his voice, I realized he was not my father, so I thought I would arrest him for assaulting a policeman. But a young man, like me, who had barely grown any hairs yet, was no match for an older man used to fighting. Yeah, he sure taught me a lesson. He gave me a good scolding in the middle of the street after I was all beat up. Who would even listen to him, right? But something struck me then. I kept seeing my father in him. All I could do was listen. He was a ruffian, but he showed his guts like a real man. That is what made him such a great guy. You do not see men like him nowadays. He was a true example of a man from the good old times. Despite my age, I still needed a father. I needed someone to look up to and to show me what makes a man a man. When I think about it, I really did have two fathers. The old man was a father, a brother, and my best friend. But now, here he lies with his head, body, arms, and legs all dismembered, and his right arm has not been found. He taught me how to be a man, how to enjoy alcohol, how to play mahjong, and with that right arm, he gave me a good beating when I did something wrong. But that right arm is still missing. Do you have any suspects? Yeah, of course. I swear I will find the old man's right arm and pay them back for what they have done to him. They are running Hinamizawa from the shadows and inciting this collective crime they call the Dam Protest. The Sonozaki family. I declare war within myself. I already know who my enemy is. Actually, it was not them. Nope, really wasn't a perpetrator for being technical since he was the one that attacked the workers. I mean, I guess the workers are kind of at fault, but they did protect themselves too, so. Satoko-chan's dissection plan has been scrubbed, and we are getting ready to administer an almost totally untested medicine, C-103. This experimental medicine suppresses the production of a certain type of hormone, and, in doing so, it will stop the transmission of the syndrome triggering Satoko-chan's condition. The mechanism of Hinamizawa syndrome is as follows. The pathogen takes over the frontal lobe of the patient's brain and then induces increased responsiveness to paranoia. As a result, the patient voluntarily carries out excessively defensive behaviors to a problematic extent. If this induction can be cut off, then it will be possible to save terminal patients from becoming deranged. But it only cuts off an induction, so is not really a cure. Ironically, the brain is an organ that learns. Once the brain has learned to be excessively paranoid due to the Hinamizawa syndrome, even after the pathogen is eliminated, the brain does not simply unlearn that paranoia. In short, even if the pathogen does not induce derangement, the patient will be directed to such emotions of their own volition. Thus, it is impossible to completely escape the nearly deranged L5 state. The proverb, "a burnt child dreads fire," is a good example of that.
Stream elements. Said. Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
Even after the burn on your tongue heals, the fear of being burned by food again remains. When it ends up being a good thing, we call it learning a lesson, and we call it trauma when it does not. We predict Satoko-chan's treatment will take a significantly longer time, requiring both medication, such as administering psychotropics, and mental care, like counseling. We have to slowly unravel her mind's solidified paranoia, while also suppressing the syndrome's induction of derangement. This is a treatment plan for terminal patients like Satoko-chan. However, as we are going to stimulate the parts of her brain that affect her emotions while they are being stimulated by the pathogen at the same time, it is possible there could be unexpected side effects. Both her mental and physical strength hold the key to our success. We were going to begin the experiment once she regains her emotional stability and physical strength, but someone who threatens to disturb her emotional stability has been coming here every day. Weishi, the sly old detective from the Okinomiya Police Department. He thinks everything, from the dam protest to the dismemberment murder of the construction manager, is an organized effort secretly conducted by the three families of the village. He even thinks the accident involving Satoko-chan's parents was not an accident. That is why he keeps coming back, so he can talk to Satoko-chan. No matter how many times you come, I will not let you see her. She is still crippled by the shock of her parents' deaths. Can you not understand what she has been going through? I understand. I only need a few minutes with her, really. It will not take long at all. If you want me to get a warrant, I will. But that's pretty serious, you know. I am being considerate of Hojo-san, and that's why I have not gotten a warrant. What are you trying to ask her anyway? I do not really understand. Well, actually, it is possible that the fall was not an accident. I know the Hojo couple were hated by the whole village after the business with the dam. But who would actually follow them on their trip and push them off? Do you not think that is absurd? Well, we could call it an accident, but if that was the case, there are some things which just do not make sense. Why lie? With those lies, I do not think it was an accident. What lies? Well, Satoko Hojo-san said she was asleep in the car at the time of the accident. I think that story sounds a little off, does it not? Satoko-chan claimed she was asleep in the back seat when the car accident took place. So she did not get out of the car at the viewing platform. When she woke up, she did not see her parents. Then she found out they had fallen off the cliff. Where is the lie exactly? You are not saying Satoko-chan was not really asleep and she went over to the viewing platform with her parents, are you? That is right. Satoko Hojo-san was never asleep. She got out of the car with her parents and went to the viewing platform. I'm suddenly hit by a terrible possibility. If what Oishi says is true, and Satoko-chan is saying she did not go to the viewing platform, even though she actually did, it is terrible to even imagine. Why are you saying such a thing? Besides, why would Satoko-chan lie? That is just it. Why would Satoko Hojo-san lie? That is why I need to talk to her. Otherwise, this will not end as just a simple accident. Why are you convinced that Satoko-chan is lying? This accident took place in a different jurisdiction. The guys from the Shirakawa station conducted the interviews with the parties involved. There are things that bother me in the report. Bother you? Like what? According to Satoko Hojo-san's statement, her parents asked her to come with them to the viewing platform, but she was sleepy, so she did not get out of the car. Then she fell asleep and woke up after a while. She became concerned because her parents had not come back and started to cry. One of the park workers on patrol noticed her crying and talked to her, and that is how the accident was discovered. At that time, guess what? According to the park worker's testimony, she was the one who first said her parents had fallen off the cliff. But you see, it is hard to see the accident site in question from where the car was parked. If you look very carefully, you might be able to notice the broken fence. But still, you know, I think it's odd to say your parents had fallen off a cliff just because you did not see them when you woke up. Normally, most people would say something like their parents went for a walk and did not come back. It just does not make sense to me that she told a stranger that her parents had fallen off a cliff without even being at the site of the accident. I want to ask her why she was so certain that her parents had fallen off a cliff. That is why I keep coming back here. I asked her many times before she was admitted here, but all she said was that she does not remember or that she was confused at the time. Sounds like a politician, huh? That is why I think it is worth taking that time to talk to her. That terrifying possibility has turned to certainty in my head. I had assumed that her parents' accident triggered her terminal symptoms. But no. Satoko-chan had already gone terminal, and just before the accident, her heart was filled with paranoia that drove her mad. She was under a lot of stress because of her bad relationship with her stepfather. She was also being scolded by her mother for not being able to get along with him, and if that made her paranoid, made her think her parents considered her to be a bother and were going to kill her. When they went to the viewing platform, she must have thought they were going to push her off the cliff. Then a tragedy took place and she pushed her parents off instead, although she considered it to have been self-defense. I am certain of that because I know Hinamizawa syndrome better than anybody. This accident is not an accident. It is not a crime either, like Oishi is thinking. It is simply a tragedy. When I talked to Satoshi-kun about the family, I was even more convinced. He told me even though Satoko-chan refused to open up to her stepfather, he had tried to communicate with her. It is true the relationship did not go well in the beginning. Satoko-chan caused trouble repeatedly and even called the city's child abuse hotline. At that point, they received guidance from the Child Consultation Center, and they pointed out that the problem lay in lack of communication between daughter and stepfather. So the stepfather took a parenting course under the social worker's guidance, and awkward though it was, he made efforts to communicate with her. Satoshi-kun noticed his efforts, so he tried to talk to Satoko-chan about it. But Satoko-chan did not notice them at all. The excessive stress she was under triggered terminal symptoms, and she could not understand her stepfather's remorse. On the contrary, her stepfather's change created even more mistrust within her. As a result, they went to enjoy the beautiful view of the Shirakawa Nature Park as a family and to share in that joy. Yet that humble, ordinary family's wish could not even get through to Satoko-chan. What a tragic misunderstanding. Satoko-chan stayed in the car telling her parents that she wanted to sleep, but then she got out and snuck up behind them. I bet he heard her footsteps. He pretended not to notice her, thinking that she was doing that to surprise him. It's just sad that thinking about what must have ran through his mind. While he thought he had finally gone through to her, she was actually approaching him with the intent to kill. But that is not what Satoko's true nature. It is a disease. Satoko-chan is not the only one who is to be pitied. Her parents are its victims too. And now Oishi thinks she is a criminal. Judgment and punishment are required for crimes with a malicious intent. But what she really needs is an understanding and sympathy. And no one has that understanding. Except for me because I know about Hinamizawa syndrome. I am the director of the Irie Institute, but I have never behaved as such or exercised that authority. But I am going to do so for the first time since taking the position. I am not doing it as the head of the Irie Institute, the secret research organization. I am doing it as a doctor, so I can protect Satoko-chan. It is about the Hojo family's accident at the Shirakawa Nature Park. Do you think you can ask Okonogi-san from the Mountain Dogs to make it out to be an accident? Sure, of course. That is no problem. The mountain dogs are units specialized in concealment and manipulation after all. We have to put an end to it quickly, otherwise the police will end up getting closer to finding out about our research. That is right. Please make especially sure Oishi is drawn away from this case. We are at a delicate stage of the drug administration test. She does not need any more unnecessary stress. You are absolutely right. I will let the mountain dogs know. I have heard that they even have connections within the police, so I'll give the word to put pressure on them too. I am sure the accident in Shirakawa will be concluded as exactly that within a few days. With that, it was declared an accident. Only if it really was one, it would have eased Satoko-chan's soul. Getting rid of the pathogen cannot heal that wounded soul, nor can it erase the tragedy that already taken place. All I can do is my best, so the day she regains her smile comes sooner. C-103's implementation on Satoko is going well so far. It would not make any difference to me if the experiment failed. However, Irie's extraordinary focus and attention to the experiment has avoided Satoko Hojo hallucinating or turning into a vegetable during the experiment, and, surprisingly, we see prospects of her returning to normal life despite reaching L5. C-103 still has many issues, but this experiment proved that even a person who has reached L5 can be cured. I did not believe in it at first, but I guess I have to acknowledge Irie's hard work. Only Irie could have done this. He was tormented by naive humanism and did not want to make mistakes, and that is why he felt obligated to cure Satoko Hojo. The reason why I dislike Irie is not because of his achievements or abilities, but because of that weakness. But this time I had to praise him for it. I saw your report. I must tip my hat to you. No, I only did my job as a researcher. If that means fulfilling my duty as a doctor as well, then nothing could please me more. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that Satoko is now our most valuable specimen. After all, she is the first human to reach L5 and live. That is true. We will let her go back to her life and keep our eyes on her. I am going to tell her to come here every Sunday for a checkup. But how are you going to explain to her that she has to give herself a C-103 shot 3 times a day, and also that she has to come here every Sunday? She has no subjective symptoms. I am still trying to come up with a good excuse. I think I'll tell her that I want her to help me with my research. She has to give herself shots daily and to come here every Sunday for a checkup. I will pay her for helping me, or something like that. I guess Irie is determined to cure Satoko Hojo no matter what. He seems determined to keep her off the dissection table. He and I are in different positions, but I do not have any complaints about his naive ideals as long as they translate directly into passion for our research. If his plans can be put into effect and produce a different result than the dissection would, then they will still be useful to the overall understanding of the Hina-Mizawa syndrome. I have nothing against Satoko Hojo. It is only that I see her as a research specimen. If she can be useful in that capacity without being dissected, that is perfectly fine with me. We have to get permission from her guardian to give her 3 shots a day. After her parents died, her aunt and uncle have been taking care of her, right? Maybe I will go talk to them. I hope they agree to her involvement in such suspicious research. Do not worry. I am sure they will be happy to once they realize they will receive 100 to 200,000 yen every month for it. Do we have enough money? Sure, as long as we can produce documents that will convince Jiro-san. Okay, then I will work on that. Also, we will need to take action to prevent stressing Satoko-chan. We do not want her to return to L5. I hear her aunt and uncle are very mercenary. Perhaps we can handle them with cash. I plan to provide my help with their guidance too. I have heard Satoko-chan is not getting along with her aunt and uncle. I never thought that would affect us in any way, but now Irie has to deal with them. Maybe he has developed some kind of sense of responsibility or duty as her guardian. I do not really care. The more responsible he feels, the more progress our research makes. That will be a plus for me. By the way, I saw the report on H170. Oh, compared to your success, it is nothing, but I guess it was some kind of accomplishment. It is honestly ironic. The same research center that's produced the remedy to save her from derangement has developed a dangerous drug that could instantly induce it. E-Ray was not involved in the H170 research. That was my work. In fact, even if I asked him, he would not have agreed to be involved. This dangerous reagent was developed during the process of uncovering the mechanisms behind how the pathogens controlling Satoko Hojo's brain could induce derangement or paranoia in their host. To put it bluntly, injecting H170 into a patient with Hinamizawa syndrome forced them to express terminal symptoms. It threw the brain into a simulated state of agitation, intentionally forcing the pathogen to grow unstable. If we continue researching this, it will be possible to drive anyone with Hinamizawa syndrome violently insane at any time. Studying the mechanism behind that will help to solve the syndrome's mysteries. So this study on H170 will be extremely important to future research. Also, this medicine has military applications as the client requested. At this point, there's absolutely no use for it, but once our research progresses a bit further, this H170 could be spread at the right moment to cause a certain type of reaction. Compared to a killer virus, it seems like a useless pathogen, but there is no way to detect it in a dead body, and it makes it look as though the person just went insane spontaneously, so it must have some useful applications. The Marco Polo Bridge incident threatened to end research on Hinamizawa syndrome before. A historically important incident like that could not have been created by a killer virus, but it is possible with Hinamizawa syndrome. The elders of the Alphabet Project, the sponsor for our research, can think whatever they want about that. I do not care how they use what I have learned. My purpose is to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome and to make people realize how important this research is. Also to make people acknowledge my grandfather's accomplishments and achievements. Any military applications were just byproducts of the process I did not care about. The clients will appreciate your accomplishment. Maybe our budget will increase for next term. Passion alone cannot keep research going. We need money. We must thank the sponsor for giving us so much funding. For this much money to come from public expenses, maybe Japan is richer than I thought. They are public expenses, but they are expenses that cannot be made public. Irie has no idea what I had to go through to get that money. Anyway, our research is going extremely well. We do not know what we will find out about Hinamizawa syndrome, but I am sure every mystery will eventually be solved. I can hardly wait. What the syndrome indicates is that humans are simply empty containers, and what we believe to be our will is simply the actions of parasites that live in our brains. If that mystery was solved, it would have a greater impact than anything else in history. That is a truth which nobody wants to believe. This is an achievement my grandfather predicted back during his time. I know now. I know the reason why my grandfather was so fascinated by his work. Rika has developed a high fever, a very high fever. It is not flu season, nor a season for any type of contagious disease. I can only think of the suspicious experiments Rika has gone through. Maybe the fever is being caused by those. Her growth is rather slow compared to other children her age. Receiving mysterious shots and going through experiments every week, I am sure her body is exhausted. I have asked the staff to go easy on her, but Rika herself is fearless and is willing to go through anything. My husband, who should be admonishing her for that, truly believes a story that is crucial to the lives of over 2,000 villagers, and takes our own daughter to that clinic every week. I am the one who has sincerely worried about her health. That is why I want Dr. Irie to be a little more considerate towards Rika. Anyway, I have to talk to them about taking responsibility for this. Right after I called, a staff member came to pick Rika up to admit her to the clinic. As her guardian, I came with them. Please calm down. We will make sure she will be okay, so please wait for a while. How can I calm down? Why did she come down with such a high fever? Is this not caused by the experiment you performed last week? Rika is just a little girl, you know. She cares about her friends, so she is doing what she can for the sick girl. I understand. There is no way our research would affect Rika's Sand negatively. Besides, we are being extremely careful so that something like that will not happen. Then explain this high fever. It is probably due to the change in seasons, and how could this be a simple cold? This is because of the weird shot you gave her. Dr. Irie only told me to calm down and refused to accept responsibility. My husband told me this is all for the sake of the village, and that is why I have held back my doubts until now. But I am at my limit. Their existence has been suspicious from the beginning. They are conducting their research in secret, using a privacy policy as an excuse. That was shady enough on its own. It is just impossible. In fact, I called the Ministry of Health and was told that was not true at all, even after I told them I am Rika Furude's mother. The clinic even came up with the stupid excuses, saying normal workers often do not know of a special institute like theirs. That does not make sense at all. It is much, much too suspicious. Also, there are people who do not appear to be researchers working at the institute. They look like security guards, but they seem so different from normal guards at a normal hospital. In fact, one time I accidentally saw that they were armed with guns. That is, well, are they policemen? I do not think so. Who are all of you anyway? I refuse to believe you are from the Ministry of Health. Irie seems taken aback by my intensity and cannot even answer properly. They are still hiding a lot more from us. That tells me the research they are working on with Rika is not anything proper. Anyway, I am Rika's guardian. Rika is still a child. It does not matter what she says. I will not let her participate in this research anymore. My, is Rika-chan's mother. Hello. What is the matter? Is everything okay? Well, Rika-chan's mother says she won't let Rika-chan participate in the research any longer. Why is that? Because she is not your guinea pig. We have never treated her that way. You are misunderstanding us. I am a little startled. Irie is a weak person who backs down under pressure. Takano-san is different. I am yelling at her, but she is not afraid at all. On the contrary, she is clearing daggers and looks as if she is about to jump on me. Rika-chan's fever is caused by a cold. We did not cause it. When it comes to safety and sanitation, we pay the same level of attention as a national research center. I do not mean to be rude, but considering you walk around while holding Rika-chan's hands without disinfecting yours with alcohol first, we are far more sanitary. We are not talking about that. Anyhow, Rika is not your toy. She will never come back here again. You cannot decide that by yourself. You and your husband both signed the statement of consent, did you not? We have been depositing money that is by no means a small amount into your account every single month for her cooperation in the research. What? I know nothing about any money. I have never even heard of that before. Rika receiving money for participating in the research really is news to me. Knowing my husband's character, he would not have used it as spending money behind my back. I bet he thought of it as a free service for the villagers and completely forgot about the money being deposited into our account. There have not been any strange deposits in the regular account, so it may be in our savings. Anyway, I do not care about that. If you want to breach our contract, we will have to ask you to return the full amount of deposits we have made up until this point. Also, if one party is at fault for the breach of contract, Takano-san, please calm down. Mrs. Furuta, you too. Just as I explained to you before, we must find a cure for Hinamizawa syndrome so the villagers can continue to live without worries. For that reason, we need to have Rika-san continue to participate. Then tell me, when are you going to find a cure? It does not make sense. At first you said this was for Rika's friend Satoko-chan, but Satoko-chan has been released from the clinic and is now carrying on happily. You even told my husband 2 weeks ago that you found a cure already, did you not? Yes, I think I told him something like that. But you see, to solve the mysteries of the syndrome. You did not mention anything about solving mysteries at the beginning. Rika was to participate to find a cure for the villagers. So now her job is done. All the research and experiments you are performing on Rika have nothing to do with the cure. You are performing them out of your own self-interest. Am I not right? That is not true. It really is not. Anyway, this matter of Rika-san's cold is just a misunderstanding. If you still do not trust us, then that is enough. Since money is involved here, I will have to discuss it with my husband. Excuse me. They were just too shady from the very start. Because of their exaggerated story, Rika and my husband took their side, but it will not work on me. Anyhow, I must settle things with them right away, because Rika is not their toy. I especially do not trust that woman called Takano. Dr. Irie seems to me like he is still a doctor, but she does not. How can I describe her? I guess I can say the glow in her eyes is just unpleasant. She only sees Rika as a guinea pig. I can feel cruelty emanating from her. Neither my husband nor Rika have noticed that. I must protect her. As a mother, I must protect Rika. That is not like you, Takano-san. Getting into an argument with her will only make things more complicated. It is so unlike you. I know. Sorry for losing my cool. Did something happen to put her in a bad mood? Irie wondered. The heated conversation she just had did not involve the Takano he knew. The forecast said there was a chance of rain in the evening, but I did not think it would rain so hard. We decided to wait at an abandoned bus stop for the rain clouds to clear. I am sorry, Takano-san. Oh, do not be, Jiro-san. I knew it would pour, so do not worry about it. Takano-san giggled. Although she said the weather might change suddenly, I dragged her out here. I feel stupid for making her come along and ending up ruining her precious day off. I have to go back to Tokyo tonight, so it will be a while before I can return to Hinamizawa. I did not want to spend my last day at a cheap hotel in Okinomiya, so I asked her to go for a stroll. It is just, I am really sorry. She teased me for a while, but only a little. She was not actually enjoying driving me into a corner. That is just her way of communicating, and I find it very charming. I think I have become captivated by her, but on her part I am just an odd girl from Tokyo. That is why she is being nice to me, and it's definitely not because she likes me personally. So I feel like I might have used my position to drag her out here, and that makes me a little depressed. I probably should think the slight fever I have is due to nothing more than the cold, but she was the type of person who made it clear when she disliked something. She would not say so directly, but she would use all kinds of indirect expressions that meant the same thing. So I want to believe she is out here because she might be even a little bit attracted to me. I shook my head as I frowned upon my selfish thoughts. She chuckled as though she knew what I was thinking. I felt myself starting to go red after that. You are a mysterious person, Jiro-san. I bet women do not leave you alone. So why are you hanging out with a weirdo like me? A weirdo? No way. You are fascinating, Takano-san. Actually, I feel bad making you spend a day with someone like me. Of course, I have decided to devote my life to my work, but life is too dry with only that. I need to switch gears once in a while. Besides, communicating with the opposite sex is good for the brain. It is all good if I manage to help you clear your head. Do you not feel refreshed just being with me? She gives an impish smile that makes my heart skip a beat. I tried hiding my embarrassment so she would not even notice my ears going red. Of course, when I am with you, I do feel refreshed. Besides, if you learn about avian photography, I will gain a buddy to share my hobby with. So, next time, I will bring my old camera. It is really expensive to buy a new one, you know? Thank you. I would love to learn about the avian photography that you were so intrigued by. I am looking forward to joining you on the stroll next time you go. So I do not need to buy a camera, do I? No. Try with my old camera first, and if you enjoy it, then you can buy one for yourself. I will send it to you when I get back to Tokyo. Thank you. Then I will have you critique my photos when you come next time. Sure. I can hardly wait to see them. They would be nothing compared to yours. It would be my very first time doing it, you know? While she keeps her cool and smiles, all I can do is blush and scratch my head. Am I being conceited? I cannot help but think that Takano-san likes being with me. If it is mere flattery, I do not think she would come along this far. No, taking women's flattery seriously is the mistake I always make. I should not assume that she is attracted to me. By the way, is this not the first time we have been alone like this? Yeah, you are right. Usually the director or some other research staff is around. I do not know anything about you. I do not know exactly what you do in Tokyo or what you have done in the past. I wonder what do you do in the self-defense force? I was an instructor for a while, but I hurt my eye when I was injured. I can live life normally, but they made a big deal out of it, and ever since all I do is desk work. Takano-san giggles, saying that I must have done something silly to cause the injury. And when I helped PR with our magazine, I became fascinated by photography. Cameras have the power to make people happy. I bet you do not know what I'm talking about, but it is true. Since I started to take pictures, my life has been a lot happier. How can a camera make someone happy? Well, a camera takes a snapshot of a moment of life. Of course, you want to capture a moment that is filled with happiness, right? So you look for happiness through the viewfinder, and as you search, you realize your everyday life is actually filled with happiness. For examples, a dandelion sprouting from the crack of the asphalt is just a weed in a busy life, but when you look out through the viewfinder, it is a gift to let you know that spring is approaching. You capture it and put it in an album, and every time you open the album, you remember the happy feeling you had when you took the picture. So you always feel that way when you take your pictures? Sure, I do not have ambitions of taking artistic photos or capturing a dramatic prize-winning moment. That is not important to me. I want those moments we do not notice, and helping us recognize those little moments of happiness is the greatest thing about cameras to me. So I am really glad to be able to see Hinamizawa through my viewfinder. I have a tendency to go overboard when I talk, but most of the time, Takano-san playfully twists my words right back at me. So it is very unusual for her to listen to me like this. Takano-san sat down next to me and tried to fiddle with my camera. I do not know how much of an impression I made, but I think she is indeed interested in cameras. I was expecting her to tease me like usual, so I am happy to see that this is her reaction. Do you want to try? Do you think I can? It is easy. First, you just need to learn how to focus and press the shutter. Why do you not hold it? Do not ever touch the lens though. This is not easy. Since she seemed to show an interest in cameras, I wanted to take a walk around Hinamizawa and take some pictures of the scenery. But unfortunately the rain does not seem to want to stop. But she was still having fun and kept taking pictures inside the bus stop. So the first set of pictures she ever took were of odd things in that dark little building. Since then, every time we would meet, we ended up walking around the village with our cameras in our hands. When researching Hinamizawa syndrome, there is something very important that needs to be discussed first. If something happens to the queen carrier, the village will collapse. In his article, my grandfather called it the most dangerous situation. According to my grandfather, if the queen carrier dies, all the infected persons will go terminal within 48 hours. This may sound unbelievable at first, but research on the collapse of past local religions and group suicides around the world should indicate that there is some truth to it. Among all the mysterious incidents around the world, there are some that were caused by parasites controlling entire communities, very similar to Hinamizawa syndrome. Grandfather picked a few cases that are very similar to the syndrome and investigated them. As a result, he confirmed multiple cases of entire communities losing their minds after the death of a religious leader or founder, and finally annihilating themselves. He stated that, on average, it happened within 48 hours. It is clear that infected people are affected by the queen carrier, and the condition of the queen carrier is, in fact, affecting the entire village. Our statistics already prove that on weeks Rika felt sick and visited the clinic, we saw an exceptionally high number of visitors. Rika being sick with a simple cold had a massive impact. If something particularly bad happened to her, we would be facing a serious situation within 48 hours. That is why the E-Ray Institute has to protect Rika Furude, the queen carrier. It is the most important mission of the Hinamizawa Syndrome Research Project. She has already agreed to help us in our research, but we have to be very careful not to put her in any danger. Also, we have to protect her from anyone who tried to harm her. Her life is equal to the lives of 2,000 villagers. What if something happens to her by accident? The E-Ray Institute must prepare for that situation. That is why I worked on the draft of an emergency manual when the E-Ray Institute was first established. It is a precaution in case the queen carrier dies, or if infected people show acute symptoms due to the death of the queen carrier. This is an emergency procedure which must be followed within 48 hours of the mass occurrence of acute symptoms. The final measure is to prevent the damage from spreading to nearby areas. The plan uses gas, making it look like a natural disaster. My client, the Alphabet Project, took the responsibility of working out the details of the plan. They are used to dealing with things like nuclear and biological weapons, so they ended up being such a big help. There is no way I could have come up with a plan on my own to execute 2,000 villagers. Through a dummy company, the ground SDF has secured a closed quarry in the Yagochi region, upstream of Hinamizawa. It is to be the secret storage base for the equipment we would use in that operation. Equipment that sprays deadly gas that kills people as if they were falling asleep is stored here. In the case of an emergency, a special unit of the ground SDF is to use this equipment to destroy the village. However, preparing for the execution of the villagers itself is politically dangerous. So, if I am going to insist on them getting the equipment ready, I have to make them understand how dangerous Hinamizawa syndrome is, and also how urgent the need is to have a contingency plan. I have to prove the need for the plan by showing them enough data, so the files my grandfather kept intact come in quite handy. When the clients reached my grandfather's articles about the syndrome, they were surprised to see how catastrophic things could be in the worst case scenario. In other words, if something happens to this girl, the queen carrier, all 2,000 of the villagers will become deranged. Is that what you were saying? Yes. There have been several cases similar to Hinamizawa syndrome where group suicides took place. In the case of the syndrome, we can easily expect extreme defensive behavior which results from deep paranoia. The result may affect all 2,000 plus carriers. From there on, we may face abnormal situations involving lawless violence and bizarre religious despondence. We must be ready to face such a situation by having a contingency plan, otherwise we'll draw attention from the rest of the world. We have to remember that we only have 48 hours to respond once it happens. Are you saying that if it happens, there is nothing anyone can do? Can you not treat everyone within 48 hours? That will be impossible. We do not even have a cure, and the research center is not capable of taking in all the villagers. How frightening to realize such a disease actually exists. The world is full of mysteries. Constant vigilance against worst-case scenarios supports our national defense and is one of the ideas behind the Alphabet Project. Besides, our goal is not to use the plan, but is vital to be prepared. Indeed, precisely as you say. I'd still like to look into strengthening the rules of approval authority behind applying the plan by understanding the necessity to prepare our response for a worst-case scenario. Let us have the Urban Suppression Research Team run a simulation of the Hinamizawa suppression operation in the region. I think we should get it going as soon as possible. It is possible that the Queen Carrier girl may be hit by a car and be killed at any moment. Thank you, Major Takano. We have further questions, so you can sit down. Thanks to a push from one of my backers, things were decided without too much of a problem. It took me almost all day to explain it to them, but it only took a short time to come to a decision. Nobody criticized, ridiculed, or tried to reject my grandfather's articles out of hand. In the files they are all reading today are the very same shameful articles those haughty authorities left their footprints on as they trampled them in my grandfather's heart. But they are not ridiculing the articles. They are reading what was once rejected. It is nothing big at a glance, but in this moment, my grandfather's research is being recognized for the first time. My heart is filled with satisfaction to see people discussing among each other while pointing to my grandfather's files and raising them as proof. I have worked so hard for this day. Grandpa in heaven, can you see this? The situation has changed. Rika's father suddenly changed his mind about having her help out with the research. When Rika came down with a high fever the other day, her mother, who was not happy about her daughter helping in the first place, finally blew up. I was hoping the father would convince her somehow, but now he seems to be on her side. Rika's father did not get emotional like her mother, but he demanded that we make our research plans for Rika clear, and that we finish our research within 3 months at most, which was completely unrealistic. Research cannot have a deadline. That is out of the question. We cultivate results by grinding down our knowledge, skills, and time. To take time away from us is like taking away what is vital to live. How could he say such a thing? Curses. Rika's parents are not only saying that because they do not know anything about scientific research. However, as they are the parents of the Queen Carrier, we are completely lost about what to do. Tests and experiments on the Queen Carrier are now an essential part of our research into Hinamizawa syndrome. Her existence is the focal point of our work. To lose her would be like losing your sense of direction out in open water. Rika is providing her cooperation with our research, but the withdrawal of her guardian's consent could be a setback. The situation is extremely dire. Rika's parents are only interested in finding a cure, but to me the cure is only a small part of solving the mystery. I cannot let her go. I cannot let her go. Are our differences causing this predicament? It is not only them. The same is happening between Irie and me. He thinks it is inevitable that we would need to stop the research if Rika's parents refuse to consent. That is understandable. From the beginning, Irie never had the determination to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome. He will not back down from the research assertively, but he will passively by agreeing with Rika's parents. Is that the attitude of a researcher who is trying to unravel mysteries? He is the type of man who would step on my grandfather's research with his dirty feet. He is nothing but a coward who is in this half-heartedly. He started to feel guilty over his past the moment he saw blood. He is not qualified to even be involved in researching Hinamizawa syndrome. He is simply an outsider who joined in because of the client's demands. If I were a man, he would not be here in the first place. While it is true he produced wonderful results with his developments of a cure, he seems to think it is alright to close up shop with that. Is he planning to waste everything by being satisfied with just that tiny result? That man does not have any right to discard my father's research. I can feel my guts boiling. No, Erie is not the main person at fault. The one to blame here is that woman, Rika's mother. If she was not so selfish, this would not have happened. Maybe it's partly my fault. I maintained trust through relationships and obligations all this time, but somehow Rika's mother and I did not get along, so I did not try to socialize with her. I thought it was fine because I got along with Rika and her father, but now the mother has influenced the father and changed his decision. What negligence! What a reversal! What a blunder! Irie is saying we should talk to the office in Tokyo about what to do next. But I know once the Tokyo office finds out about this, they will order us to shut the research down. I have worked so hard to get things started. If they hear anything negative, they will put a stop to it. I have come too far to complete my grandfather's research. I cannot let it be stopped. I still have a little time to think about this. I need to calm down and analyze this carefully. I've always come up with a great plan when I drink my favorite tea and bite my nails like this. I looked up at the ceiling and closed my eyes, as tenderly as possible. There were times where I could not find a solution, but someone else came up with a simple one. I have been able to overcome everything that has been thrown at me. I even endured the hell at that orphanage, so I will never let that woman get in the way. Settle your thoughts down. Think about this clearly. Be calm, Mio Takano. Someone else may come up with a better idea. But who? It is not me. It cannot be Irie. Of course nobody from the village will do. Do I talk to someone in Tokyo? No, I cannot. I do not want to owe anyone a favor. Even Koizumi-sensei will be disgusted if he finds out I cannot solve such a simple matter by myself. I know. There is someone I can talk to nearby. They are supposed to be my subordinates after all, so it is worth the try. I called the leader of the mountain dogs, Okonogi. The mountain dogs are my subordinates, but they are part of the self-defense force, and I am just a researcher, so we never really had a chance to interact. He did what he was supposed to, and I did what I was supposed to, so I never even thought of discussing anything with him. But the mountain dogs are there to protect and support our research. Why did I not think of talking to him before? What a difficult situation. He used to speak standard Japanese, but now he has a Hinamizawa accent. I guess fitting into the region is the first thing they need to do. We may lose the queen carrier, and not only that, but her mother might end up exposing our secrets. Can you do something about it? I asked Okonogi rather directly. I am not really expecting an answer, but understood. The mountain dogs will take care of it. Just give us a little time and we'll do a clean job. Take care of it. We will make sure the police will not get involved. We need a little time to do prep, but it will not be difficult. I am startled. Rika's mother is my enemy, but I was thinking about how I could convince her. But the leader of the mountain dogs, the counterintelligence unit whose duty is to protect the secret research, came up with a much simpler plan. Do you mean to kill her? To preserve the secret, I was told to do whatever is necessary. Of course, we will not do anything until we get an order. Right. This is a very simple problem to him. Rika's mother has started to interfere with our research. Not only that, there is a chance she might talk to people about the Institute, so they will eliminate her. That sounds like a good idea. Can you do a good job of it? That is why we are here. This will be our biggest job since the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. I remember now. The mountain dogs are the ones who kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction and used that to blackmail him. It has been a few years, so I completely forgot about that. They did such a marvelous job then. That is right. I have the mountain dogs on my side. Can you get on with it right away? We could easily kill her even tonight, but that would create too much of a fuss. We will make it look like she disappeared. So give us a little time to make some arrangements. Just like a cat's eyes under a bright light, I could feel something in the back of my eyes open up. Up until now I had been racking my brain trying to figure out how to make her my ally, or at least make her surrender or pacify her. Yet, one order to this man and the problem is easily solved. I feel like a bird taking its first flight. How easily I can get rid of that annoying mother. All I have to do is to give an order. I feel grateful to Koizumi-sensei for giving me such terrific subordinates. What a wonderful power he has given me. I was taught that all people are equal, but if I have the power to control people's lives, then that means I am more important than they are. What a feeling it is to be above others. So did you want just Rika Fude's mother to disappear? Well, wait a minute. Does he mean only Rika Fude's mother? I can feel chills all over my body. If possible, maybe I should have her father disappear too. Rika is willing to help. She has no other relatives in the Fude family. If both parents die, she has to depend on someone. The Irie Institute can support her. We can give her status, money, and protection. We can give her everything. By doing so, maybe it's possible to make her one of us, rather than just having her as a helper. All my worries are melting away. Everything I was just concerned about seems like a joke now. I had such powerful subordinates all this time, yet I never realized. All of my tension is being released, and I am starting to feel relaxed. I can feel myself regaining my cool head. I'm going to get rid of them. Rika's parents, that is. The queen carrier is my guinea pig. A guinea pig does not need parents. That is right. It is almost time for the Watanagashi festival. If they die on that day, people will call it the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The murder case from 2 years ago and the accident from last year, are two separate
Stream
incidents.
Elements said. Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
Yet because they happened on the day of Watanagashi, they are being called the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Then, if her parents' deaths occur on this year's Watanagashi, it will be Oyashiro-sama's curse 3 years in a row. The miracle of Oyashiro-sama, also the curse. I am going to create them. This is a chance for me to ascend to godhood and toy with human fate. The incidents that occur 2 years in a row are said to be a curse, but not everyone believes that. However, if it happens 3 years in a row, then everyone has to believe, because that will be a true curse that is created by me. I will become Oyashiro-sama. My desire for revenge against God is coming together. Making her merely disappear is not that fun, is it? When I started to laugh, Okanogi grinned to show his interest. We are going to create the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I cannot just let her die. She will be demoned away, and I am going to enjoy dissecting her alive. Of course, I will not just have fun. This will be extremely useful for our research. After all, she is the previous queen carrier. And that is the truth behind the second. I have a feeling Satoshi is probably going to end up dissected as well. Takano-san always comes along with me whenever I go to take pictures on a stroll. She might have discovered the joy of cameras, and I am happy to gain a friend who shares the same hobby. However, there is actually something else she is much more interested in. That would be the history of Hinamizawa. She frequently visited libraries and local archives to read through various documents and books. And when it comes to Hinamizawa, she has gained quite extensive knowledge of the local history. When she is in a good mood, she tells me about things like how Hinamizawa used to be called Onikafuji Village, and how the villagers there used to perform various cruel ceremonies based around the worship of Oyashiro-sama. It seems she loved tales of violence, and that actually gave her a mysterious charm. On the other hand, I do not do well with grotesque things, so I can hardly say anything in response. The stories of cruel ceremonies that she gets excited about I do not really get them all that well. However, with the way her eyes light up when she talks, I do not mind spending time with her even if I have to hear about cruel things. You sure like looking into that stuff, don't you? Sure, it is fun. It is thrilling to unravel a dark past that has been sealed away. Do you not think so? Takano-san smiled in a way that almost made it sound like a dark past is something fun. But of course, it is not. The dark history of Hinamizawa that she loves is something cruel and atrocious, like the witch hunts in the Middle Ages. Besides, they help me in researching Hinamizawa syndrome. You do not have to always look through microscopes to research things. Sometimes the traditions of this village that have spent so long with the parasite can teach us things that are far more valuable. That is true. Boy, you sure are passionate about this. That is because research gives my life meaning. To step into the unknown and to uncover a secret that nobody else knows. Do you not think that is wonderful? It tickles my intellectual curiosity. That is probably the greatest entertainment available to humans who can feel joy just from thinking. The first person to work on this, Dr. Takano, must have discovered something fascinating enough to make him devote his entire life to the researching of the syndrome too. I think I am probably the only one who can understand his feelings. I suppose it would be too difficult for you, Jiro-san, since you are not a researcher. She always seems so enthusiastic every time she talks about the late Dr. Takano, an independent researcher who was the first person to discover the existence of the syndrome. There has to be something more than just her admiration as a researcher. Come to think of it, Dr. Takano's full name is Hifumi Takano. Takano-san's full name is Mio Takano. Not only are their last names pronounced the same, but their first names follow a similar pattern. They must be connected somehow. I do not know anything about Takano-san's personal history, but there is a good chance that her name is an alias. So it is very possible she chose a name to reflect the researcher she admires. I see. So is that why you chose that name? What? Well, the name of the researcher you look up to is Hifumi Takano, right? And your name is Mio. In Japanese, it is like you were counting upwards. You were continuing the research he was not able to complete, so I thought maybe that's why you have that name. Who told you that? No, I just thought of that now. I did not hear it from anybody. You are correct. I am surprised you figured it out since you are so dense. I know you admire Dr. Takano, and sometimes you have spoken as if you were his daughter or a granddaughter who inherited his research legitimately. That is why I said that. Even authors like Rampo Edogawa use their pen names as homages towards authors they admired as well. So I thought maybe the name you use is like your pen name, you know? No, that is not so. Mio Takano is my real name. You write my family name differently, though. Then it really is the exact same family name as Dr. Takano. That is even more of a surprise. And Mio is your real name, too? Mio Takano continuing Hifumi Takano's life's work. What a fateful coincidence. You are overstating it, Jiro-san. This is not fate of any kind. He is my grandfather. What? This is news to me. I heard Takano-san discover documents about the Hinamizawa syndrome left by Dr. Takano after his death and decided to continue his research. I have never heard of them being related before. Someone told me it would leave a bad impression if I asked for money to continue my grandfather's research. That people may think I am trying to pull funds for a family matter. That is why I changed one of the characters in my last name. So other than Uncle Koizumi, you are the first person I have told this to. I see. I did not know. So that's why you are so passionate about all this. I understand very clearly now. She really did inherit the work her grandfather was unable to complete. My grandfather researched Hinamizawa syndrome not only from a medical point of view, but through old documents and literature as well. Looking through the old stories of a village that has been living with the syndrome for hundreds of years can be far more valuable than looking through microscopes that magnify things hundreds of times. My grandfather taught me that. I see. I am sure your grandfather is happy that you are finishing the work he could not. I bet he is really proud of you. I hope so. I said something Takano-san would normally tease me about, but she did not. She nodded and smiled. There is no mistake. She is indeed the granddaughter of Dr. Takano. My grandfather is Hifumi, which means 1, 2, 3, and I am Mio, which means 3, 4. And for those of you who do not know, 4 in Japanese is also death, so that's not as good as it might otherwise seem. Following after my grandfather, we have only counted the 3 together, and counted the 4 after my grandfather. We must reach the 5 that neither me nor my grandfather has seen yet. That is my duty and the reason I was born. So that is why your name is Mio, huh? I think that is a beautiful name. Thank you. But please keep the granddaughter issue to yourself. My clients do not even know, and I do not want any unnecessary problems from them finding out about it. Sure. Okay. This is a secret between you and me. Although it's only a small secret, it feels good to know that I am the only one who knows about it. I have only counted to 3. I have not even reached 4 yet, but you will eventually. You will reach 2,000 fours. The path before me is long and rough, but I will do it. I will expose the secrets of Hinamizawa syndrome. I will support you. That is my job in the first place, is it not? You would sound pretty cool if you did not tack on things like that. You only need to say that you will support me, you know? Okay, I will support you. It is too late. You are not cool if you cannot get it right the first time. We laughed cheerfully together, and after we finished laughing, she became serious again and spoke as if to drive the point home. So remember, Jiro-san, do not tell anybody that I am his granddaughter. Okay? Okay, I promise. It is not a bad thing, but I do not want the clients to cut our funding because of that. I do not think they will. Besides, I will not tell a soul. Are you sure? Are you really sure? This research is the entire purpose of my life. My mission is to complete my grandfather's work, to prove that his trampled research is actually something amazing that will shock the world, and to make everyone praise my grandfather, who is perishing away under the earth, eventually having him ascend as a god. That is the meaning and purpose of my life. Jiro-san, if you say something that creates problems for my research, do not worry. I will forget everything you told me here. Really, I mean it. I will not say anything. I promise. I will not say anything. Are you sure, Jiro-san? I sensed something frightening from within her for a moment. Afraid that she would end up possessed by it, I swore to keep the promise. Her intellectual curiosity as a researcher and her conviction to complete her grandfather's work are what stirs her passion for researching Hinamizawa syndrome. I think there is one more reason, but it's far too deep, and is within a wound in her heart that someone like me should never touch. But earlier, she said, if you create problems for my research. I wonder what she wanted to say after that. I cannot help thinking she wanted to say something terrifyingly merciless. I kept my promise with her, and we never talked about the issue again after that. She will murder you is what she will do, and she does indeed murder you later on. The lights came on in the meeting room as the slideshow ended, and all the auditors began to applaud, praising the E-Ray institution's dramatic accomplishments. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. To be honest with you, I was not expecting too much from the Hina-Misawa syndrome research. I figured that even if there was progress, it would be 3 steps forward and 2 steps back every decade. Oh my, how impressive it is to achieve so much in such a short period of time. This is all thanks to you, Dr. Irie. Oh no, this is all because of the staff that supported me, and Takano-san too. Do not be so humble. Director Irie is a genius in the field of neurology. After all, he has also produced greater achievements than any other doctor when it comes to the brain. That is true. Not many doctors as young as you have nearly as much experience operating on brains. Congratulations, Lieutenant Colonel Irie. Now I can go back to Tokyo with my head held high. I am honored we gave you something good to take back with you, Tomitake-san. By the way, could you please stop calling me Lieutenant Colonel? I just cannot get used to it. I almost prefer Risa-san at this point. I bet you do. You sure were a huge help. You are the one who secured funding for our research, even when we could not produce feasible results. We could not have done this without you. It was not any trouble. But really, the results you have presented today are just brilliant. Not only have you found the cause of the syndrome, you have also provided a clear path towards future research. We are looking forward to hearing more progress when we come again next time. I am sure the Tokyo office will quit bothering us about cutting your budget with these sorts of results. After all, we nearly lost our budget for the canned coffee we provided to you all, did we not? Tomitake-kun, make sure you report our progress to Tokyo well enough that they give us enough funding to hold a party. We have been getting nothing but the stick. It is time for the carrot. We will be happiest if that carrot comes back in the shape of funding. And with that congenial atmosphere, our routine audit was over. E-Ray was surrounded and being questioned by National Institute of Infectious Diseases workers who had joined the auditors. Takano-san, congratulations. I cannot really say this out loud, but all the progress I have seen tonight is thanks to your hard work. Thank you, Jiro-san. Jiro-san and I are the only ones here who know what strings were pulled in order to create the Irie Institute, so only Jiro-san can understand what I had to go through. But I have only just risen to the stage for my research. My opponent and I are finally in the same arena, that is all. The critical fight comes after this, and it should be getting even more exciting in the future. By the way, Manager Nakagawa told me to tell you that he wants you to hold a presentation in Tokyo. Even the Alphabet Board wants you to come meet with them. I guess they all want to hear this directly from you. Oh my, is not having you explain enough? I do not think that is what they mean. I bet they want to meet such pretty research in person, maybe. Are you not being silly, Jiro? Excuse me, Major Takano, there is a phone call for you from Tokyo. Thank you for holding. This is Takano. How are you doing? Koizumi-sensei, thank you for taking time to call me. You know, I heard you made a significant breakthrough, Mio-chan, so I had to call to congratulate you. Thank you very much. Yes, thanks to your support, we have been able to accomplish the first step of identifying the microbe that causes Hina-Misawa syndrome. I see. Great job, Mio-chan. I am sure Takano-kun is very happy in heaven right now. That's a little too early to say. My grandfather was attempting to go beyond merely identifying the cause of the syndrome. His work was about showing the possibility of human thoughts actually being controlled by parasitic agents in our bodies. Only when that is proven will his research be recognized for the great achievement it is. When we are able to explain all thoughts and religions with parasites, the world is going to be tossed into chaos. How interesting. I can just imagine how those religious big shots will react once they find out that their leaders are parasites. How interesting. I would love to see that. I will not die until you show that to me, Mio-chan. Please do not say that. Do look forward to it, though. I will make sure that this research will spread shock throughout the world. And the whole world will finally realize how great my grandfather was, and they will be fighting each other to read over the documents he left behind. Only then can I say that I have repaid my debt to him. I am a little envious of Takano-kun. I do not want money, you know. I do not mind getting rid of half of what I have. I just wish I had a grandchild who could carry on my legacy. Thank you so much. Those words mean so much to me. By the way, I sent you a present. It is a nice bottle of wine for you to celebrate with. I did not know your address, so I sent it to the clinic. However, they told me they are having a difficult time importing it, so it may take a little while. But when it comes, please have a party with the people who helped you. Celebratory wine? Well, then I wonder what expensive sort of drink Koizumi-sensei will be sending us. Oh, it is not that kind of expensive. Do you not remember, Mio-chan? Takano-kun used to keep a particular bottle of wine. I remember. That's right. My grandfather kept a certain bottle of wine. I do not know if he bought it himself or if someone gave it to him, but he treasured it and he always said he would open it when his research finally gained recognition. I was a child then, so I do not even remember what brand it was, but Mr. Koizumi would know. He went through all the trouble to find the same bottle of wine for this special occasion. For the first time in a while, Takano felt the same sunny warmth she experienced during her time with her grandfather. Thank you very much, Uncle Koizumi. I like it when you call me that, Mio-chan. I do not feel like you are speaking to me when you say Koizumi-sensei. I cannot help but smile along with him, because I think Tomitake and Irei were just having a similar exchange. If you like it that way, then I will be happy to call you that when there is nobody around. I will be happier if you would call me that even in front of people. I do not know exactly how old he is, but if he can laugh so energetically, he will live for many more years to come. I guess the saying about living a long life is true after all. Takano-kun and I both wished you were truly part of our family. We really did. My grandfather had his own family, of course, but because he was so into his research, he became estranged from his wife. They were legally married, but they lived separately. I never met his family when I was a child. I only met them after my grandfather committed suicide. During his latter years, my grandfather went into psychological despair and began to look at his life with cynicism. His condition became worse over time, and he was shocked at his own dementia. He was afraid of living while his consciousness degraded. So, he jumped off the rooftop of the hospital. Only my name was in his suicide note. None of his family members' names were in it. That is when all his relatives showed up and took everything my grandfather left behind. They were afraid I was going to get his estate. They had lawyers and all that, so I backed down. I asked for everything in his study in return. Those idiots do not understand the value of my grandfather's research. They were actually happy to strike a deal out of court, and they could also get rid of the piles of papers and jars with human organs in them. They never even showed up once when he was alive, yet, like hyenas, they appeared after his death. I would never let them put their hands all over my grandfather's research. Fortunately, I was able to protect my grandfather's soul from their tainted hands. Okay, I will get going here. If there's anything you need, be sure to call Uncle Koizumi. Okay? I will do anything for my granddaughter. Thank you, Uncle Koizumi. I will work even harder. Deep down, I was prepared for something to happen tonight once again. The first year, the workers were stirred into a frenzy, killing and dismembering the old man. And the second year, the Hojo couple were killed through a fake accident. Since the dam protest, only people who have been hated by the villagers died on the day of Watanagashi. Some people in the village were calling the incidents the curse of Oyashiro's stamina. Now that the dam protests are over, there would be no meaning in the villagers' enemies being killed the night of the festival, I thought. If that was true, then there was still some enemies left over. I thought that perhaps they would happen again on the night of the festival 3 years in a row. My hunch was right. At first, however, it looked so natural that I did not think anything of it. The festival was nearing its end, and the village officials were gathered under the main tent. They opened their beers and enjoyed the leftover corn and braised cow tripe from the refreshment stands. I was in the main tent too, being entertained by the villagers, so I was actually there at the scene of the third year's incident when it happened. Yeah, I did not notice anything at the beginning. Hey, Furude-san, what is the matter? Are you feeling sick? Most of the older folks in the village were heavy drinkers, but a few were lightweights too. The priest was one of the latter. The priest was a representative as well as a host during the Watanagashi festival. So every time visitors and guests arrived, he greeted them, and each time he was offered a drink. So by the night's end, he was pretty worn out. That's why I did not think anything of it to see the priest sitting by himself in a folding chair. The mayor, Kimiyoshi, was the one to tap his shoulder and ask him if he was all right. Are you okay? You drank too much, did you not? Does your chest hurt? Sorry, I think I am a little tired. Did you not have heart trouble before? Getting sudden pains is not a good sign. Dr. Irie, Dr. Irie, what is wrong? Is it your chest? That is not good. When I saw what was going on, I noticed he was covered in a terrible sweat and was definitely not relaxing in his chair and enjoying the cool evening breeze. His face had a sickly pallor, and I thought he should lie down immediately. I should probably take you to the clinic. Are you okay? Can you hold on to my shoulder? Somebody, help! The old priest does not feel well. What is wrong with my husband? Dear, are you all right? Takano-san, perfect timing. The priest does not feel well, so I'm going to take him to the clinic. Could you please have the car come around here? Sure, no problem. So the priest and his wife head to the clinic with Dr. Irie. I do not know about young people, but the elderly know their own bodies well. They almost never push themselves to the point where they start feeling ill, especially someone like the priest. It was hard to imagine him drinking himself sick. The cumulative experience of my years was telling me something. I headed to the Irie clinic just in case. I tried to follow their car, but because the festival was almost over and all the stands were closing up, there was a lot of traffic going in and out, making it almost impossible for me to leave the temporary parking lot. More than 20 minutes had passed since the priest was carried in by the time I arrived at the clinic. 20 minutes. If I had not taken me 20 minutes, my involvement in this year's incident would have been quite different. I regretted not leaving on foot the moment I realized how hard it was to get my car out. All I get to do now is jot down the facts, because between the time the priest left the festival and the time I arrived at the clinic, during those 20 minutes, this year's curse had taken place. The priest's condition changed for the worse right after he arrived at the clinic. He died. The autopsy results say it was heart failure, but how can I accept that? I do not think the priest was having health problems, and everyone was taken by surprise by this sudden event. Moreover, the wife of the priest disappeared too. According to the clinic staff, she was with him right after he died, but she is nowhere to be seen now. Of course, she is not at home either. Maybe someone poisoned the priest. During the dam conflict, the priest was frowned upon for his remarks. He said there was no need to make a big fuss, because the dam project would be cancelled anyway. The older villagers liked to hold grudges and had not forgotten that, so even I had heard of them talking about how the priest was not fit for the shrine to Oyashiro-sama. I called for backup and had them go searching for the missing wife. With last year's falling couple incident as precedent, it was easy to believe both wife and husband could become victims. The village's youth group got organized and searched from the village to the mountains, and as a result, we found a set of sandals and a will by the edge of the Onikafuchi swamp. The will said something about how her husband's death was the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and she was throwing herself in the swamp to calm the god's anger. In other words, she committed suicide by jumping into the swamp. Legends say that the swamp is bottomless and is connected directly to hell. Once you sink, you will never come back. Divers from the police department searched the swamp, but her body was nowhere to be found. The past two mysterious incidents were solved individually, just as the higher-ups say. But something is odd about this year's mysterious death. The ill priest was carried to the clinic. His wife accompanied him. Within 20 minutes, the priest died of heart failure, and the wife either committed suicide or disappeared. The death of the priest may really have been a fatal heart attack, but for his wife to assume that it was a curse, and to commit suicide by jumping into the swamp. For all that to happen in 20 minutes just does not seem natural. The Furude family has no relatives. Even if she was a true believer in Oyashiro-sama, how could she commit suicide while leaving behind her one and only daughter? Irie is hiding something too, but he is just a village doctor, which means he is nothing more than their pawn. If this is all a conspiracy to assassinate the priest, then there is someone who is pulling the strings. I have been starting to think that trying to tie the past two incidents to the village so forcefully was a bit overbearing of me, but this incident was enough to convince me that this series of cases involving mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa were all grounded in one intention. This incident has countless numbers of discrepancies, but someone from the village seems to be putting pressure on high command, and just like the past incidents, this one will be treated as an individual case and end up being forgotten. Since it happened 3 years in a row, everyone in the village will say it is the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I think that is the culprit's goal. After the war, belief in Oyashiro-sama became antiquated. Is someone committing these murders as a ritual to restore the god's dignity? The one pulling the strings must be the Sonozaki family. A few months passed. Oryu Sonozaki said something like, "It was natural for that priest to be cursed by Oyashiro-sama, and so the priest's case was lumped together with the mysterious Hinamizawa deaths, otherwise known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. At first I simply wanted to avenge the old man, but now that case had grown into an abnormal one, centered on the village's fate. Damn it! The old man's killer is human. I will not let it be pushed off onto some nonsense curse." It happened so suddenly. Uncle Koizumi passed away. I never heard he was ill or was not feeling well. His chest started to hurt suddenly and he could not sleep. He called an ambulance for the first time in his life because he did not think he could endure the pain. He was taken into emergency care, but he did not live to see morning. It was an acute myocardial infarction, but maybe it was the best possible way to go. Instead of being in bed for many years, slowly dilapidating and withering away, he was healthy until his death, so I think he must have lived a wonderful life. but still it was too sudden. I wish I had called him Uncle more. It is too late, though. Uncle Koizumi would never smile at me again with his wrinkly old face, no matter how many times I called for him. He was my guardian until now. He always looked after me, making sure my efforts received proper recognition. Maybe he only did that because he could not help my grandfather when he was alive. But still, he was an important person to me. He was not just my political backing. But I did not realize that when he was alive. I only thought of using his power for my own agenda. But after he died, I realized Uncle Koizumi was my grandpa too. He provided the warmth and protection that I longed for my own grandfather. At his funeral, I shed tears that I thought that I forgot how to. Uncle, thank you for everything. I should have called you Uncle more. No matter how many times I called to him, he would never reply. What I can do for him at this point is complete my research. I must accomplish my goal for his sake. When my grandfather's research is finally acknowledged, Uncle Koizumi's name will be known once again for being the sole supporter of his endeavor. I believe that's the best way to repay him for everything he has done. I vow to devote myself to my work even more from this day on. But, unfortunately, hardships and sadness tend to come together. It was like the tailwind that blew steadily until today suddenly became a headwind. The winds shifted far too suddenly. So strong, so cold, so sad. What were you talking about, Jiro-san? Well, you know that Koizumi-sensei was the main political sponsor for the Irie Institute, right? He had trouble getting approval from the related agencies, but Koizumi-sensei used his political weight to force it through. After all, he was one of the key figures in the post-war restoration, accomplishing tremendous deeds in the medical industry. He held a huge influence in politics and industry. So now that Koizumi-sensei is gone, the way he did things will not work any longer. So far it is only a rumor, so I do not know for sure. But I heard they are going to reconsider the budget allocated for the project. Are you saying the Irie Institute will be closed down? No, I have not heard anything about them reconsidering the institute. But since Koizumi Sensei's death, the rumors say that there is a great deal of confusion among the old guard and their factions, as well as the civil strife within the party around finding his successor. It seems the opposing factions are gaining influence in the human resources of our client, so they may begin to dig deep into the holy treasure chest that the Koizumi faction held to fund their project. Of course, this is all too complicated for me to explain that well, and besides, these might just be rumors. Jiro-san kept saying they were rumors, but that told me the wind's direction has changed. Or maybe Jiro-san already knows everything and is simply trying to warn me about it. And then, at our next routine audit, Jiro-san made it clear with his own mouth. High-ranking government officials, who had never come here before, attended the routine audit along with Jiro-san. Just by seeing those faces, I can tell the turning point is approaching. As you know, the Alphabet Project was created to strengthen post-war Japan's presence in the world with a view of developing deterrent weaponry. However, the 21st century is now just around the corner. In this day and age, we must put the past behind us and start looking forward to a new world. He meant exactly what he said. Japan has already put the past behind, and it is cutting off its ties to the ghosts that wish to resurrect the militaristic might of the pre-war era. It has been 40 years since the end of the war, and we have contributed to the world in various peaceful ways. We have a strong alliance with the United States, and our nation has established its position in world affairs well enough. We have kept our promise to forever renounce war and nuclear weapons. We are known as a nation of peace. In this coming century, our presence and influence will grow even larger. The Alphabet Project The main sponsor of the Irie Institute are a group of people who want to develop a weapon that would act as a deterrent to the nuclear weapons which Japan is forbidden to own. So they have come to the Irie Institute, one of its branch organizations, to tell us Japan has now renounced nuclear arms. So the Irie Institute will be facing a strong, cold headwind from now on. The roll of the die that came up with one on that stormy day has reappeared. I will not let the result of a die affect me. The power of my will not be beaten by some god's roll of the dice. Therefore, we are going to restructure the Alphabet Project to one that's more suitable for the day and age. This new Alphabet Project will be tasked with figuring out the best way for this country to achieve a larger presence in world affairs, not through militaristic means, but through peaceful measures like international trade and economic development. All of the people who hold tremendous influence in the politics and economy of Japan were born before the war, so naturally they want to regain the glory of pre-war Japan. The very idea that we can win next time if we research the new bomb that defeated us is itself a specter of the war. No, everyone already realized that. It was just that no one could speak out against grandstanding elders they owed their gratitude towards. Soon the old will wither away and the new generation will take control. Uncle Koizumi was, in a way, the last remaining pillar for the old generation. His death is a chance for the new generation to step in. The things they could not argue openly are now being discussed. They have been pointed out that from the beginning, the Alphabet Project was created for the personal satisfaction of a small group of people and has sucked money out of the treasury. And so the new generation of politicians have taken over from the old. Therefore, everything the Alphabet Project was sponsoring will have to be reviewed. Of course, the Irie Institute is one of those subsidiaries. We hope that you will understand and respond amicably. I understand. We cannot do research without our sponsors after all. We will give you our full cooperation. Irie responded appropriately, but he is obviously bewildered. The best equipment and staff are being provided to the Irie Institute. In other words, our research requires a huge amount of money. For those with no interest in Hinamizawa syndrome, they probably will not be able to understand why that much money is being put into the research of disgusting parasites. If they were simply going to revise our budget, that would be fine. We were receiving more than enough money. That would naturally be adjusted. It hurts, but we can endure. That is what I thought. But if just enduring it was enough, it would not be a 1 on the die. So, even in that sense, this is definitely a roll of a die coming up as 1. Anyway, the new board of directors was inaugurated back in April, and they have outlined their new policies for all projects. For more details, please look through the papers I will be handing out. His papers were then passed around. He started to go over the details, but I read through quickly so I could learn about their stupid decisions first. The Irie Institute has made great headway in uncovering the mystery of the Hinamizawa syndrome, as well as creating a cure for the disease. The board of directors is extremely pleased. We recognize this is due to the unceasing efforts of Dr. Irie and all the staff of the Irie Institute. Thank you. Even while he received their congratulations, a tense atmosphere surrounded me and Irie. It is customary to start the conversation the opposite way you are planning to take it before delving into your main point to convey. If the main issue is something good, then start with something bad, or vice versa. The Irie Institute had 2 main intentions. One was to study the disease and hopefully find a cure. The other was to research the possibility of utilizing the disease for military applications. The new board of directors has decided to put a stop to the latter immediately. In this day and age, researching biological weapons is an Achilles heel for Japan. The Irie institution must cease all related research and destroy any results. I understand. I will comply. Irie replied with that immediately. Irie was assertive about finding a cure, but was never even remotely interested in researching the disease's use for military purposes. So I am sure he has no qualms about concurring with such demands. But I do not agree, because our research will be more limited if we are just trying to find a cure. To me, finding that cure is simply a byproduct of my larger goal of discovering everything about the syndrome. Also, regarding the Erie Institution, we have decided to have you wrap up your work within the next 3 years. Your budget will decrease gradually as well. Wait, please. We have only recently figured out anything about the syndrome, and there is more we have to learn in order to create a better cure. We are making progress, but I cannot guarantee we will come up with a complete cure within 3 years. It is the understanding of the board that the Erie Institute has already completed enough research to develop a cure. The Erie Institute has already completed the C117 vaccine and has a great deal of clinical data. No, it is not even close to being completed. It is still only a prototype, and we are far from being able to see a cure for all the villagers. Debating the end of our research at this stage can only be described as absolutely positively reckless. I am surprised that Irie objected. Thanks to him, I did not have to say anything. But if Irie had not objected, I am sure I would have shrieked in protest. In other words, the Irie Institute is not yet capable of curing all the people who are infected or to fully eradicate the syndrome. Is that correct? Yes. Of course, curing all the villagers and eradicating the syndrome will be possible in the future, and that is our ultimate goal. But I need more time, and of course funding to do that. Our job is to investigate, find a practice that works, and establish it as a product. This is not a job where you can follow a blueprint to create something of certainty in a set time frame, so we hope that you will avoid following that misconception. I guess Irie speaks out when he needs to, and what he is saying is absolutely right. Research is not something guaranteed to produce results with money and time. But I disagree with some of the things he said. He is objecting about the time and the money, but he is basically agreeing to limit our research only towards finding a cure for Hinamizawa syndrome. That will not do. We will not unravel any mysteries that way. At that rate, the discovery of the Hinamizawa syndrome will not be recognized as my grandfather's greatest achievement. I see. I think I see your point. Our main purpose here is to dispose of the fact that this research was conducted for military purposes. So we must forever hide the fact that research was conducted on this strange disease called Hinamizawa syndrome, as well as hide its existence. If you can eradicate the disease without anyone ever learning about it, then we will give you the time and funding you require. But we will discuss more about that later. Is that acceptable? Yes, I have no problem with that. Then please submit a plan and a budget proposal for eradicating the syndrome in secrecy. We will do our best on our part to approve your proposal. Thank you. I will work on it immediately. Please do not misunderstand that it is our intention to halt that research immediately. We want to see the best possible outcome for your work. Please understand that. Yes, of course, I understand. While I was listening to their conversation, I was struck dumbfounded with something they said. Eradicating the syndrome in secrecy. In other words, it would have to be it would have be. It just mirrors this one. Chapter 8 got a lot more of these grammar inaccuracies. It would be as though Hinamizawa syndrome never existed, so my grandfather's name will never be revered by anyone. The sound of rustling papers and hushed proceedings filled the meeting room, but I only heard the ticking clock as I clutched my sweating palms. The strange medicine that I can hardly remember was a capsule, or maybe it was an oval tablet. It was so red. It must have been a capsule. I cannot imagine a tablet in that color. It must have been a capsule. I think it was a little bigger than a normal one. I think. I think. I cannot remember. Although I can hardly remember, if I see that medicine again, it will refresh my memory. That medicine strips away humanity. It takes away human soul, memory, emotion, and it numbs the human body. There are no thoughts, no interests, no will to stay awake or asleep. There is no sense of time. Sometimes a second can feel like an eternity, and other times I can almost see an hour hand move. Either way, there is no emotion involved. I cannot feel any emotion. The medicine only lets me stay in bed and look up at the ceiling. Only the people who have taken it can understand this misery. What is more scary is that, while I am on the medication, I do not realize how scary it is. I am given the medication daily, and I keep losing all my senses. So, when the medicine wore off by accident, I realized I should never take it again. That is right. This is not medicine that will heal me. It is just going to kill me slowly. If I continued to take this medicine, I probably would not be able to tell if I was dead or alive, and I would end up losing myself forever. I will keep looking up at the ceiling without any emotions, and keep watching the clock tick forever. If I take the medicine again, I will lose all the senses I finally regained. I may never be able to bring myself back again. Since the day I realized that, I have been pretending to take the medicine, but throwing it away instead. If your doctor prescribes medication, you have to finish taking it even if your symptoms are gone. I can hear my mother's voice. Any time I went to the doctor's office when I was a child, my mother said that to me. I usually got well before I finished all the medicine, so I did not finish taking the rest. That is why my mother said that. But this is a different type of medicine. I do not even remember how old I was when my mother said that, but with this strange capsule in front of me, I have to try and get rid of my mother's voice from inside of my head. I pressed down on my hand with my elbows until it hurt, trying to get rid of what my mother kept telling me. Right. As my head clears, I start to remember the ugly side of my mother. My mother betrayed her family. She betrayed me and my father, who waited for her at home with dinner on the table. She told us she was busy with work, but she was having an affair. That was bad enough, but she asked my father for a divorce after he took such good care of her for so many years. But there is something else I cannot forgive her for. She invited only me to meet with her new family. Not my father, just me. My father and I are family. Family means being together. Yet my mother tried to destroy the bond between my father and me. Not only had she destroyed her bond with him, she tried to destroy my bond with him too. When I remember, it makes me feel angry and hateful, and I cannot forgive her. The back of my eyes started to hurt, and I could feel the hatred on my face. That overflowing animosity is aimed not only at my mother, but also the man she had an affair with. The man she had an affair with, Uncle Akihiro. I did not like him teasing me, but he gave me an allowance and tried to have fun with me. I liked him very much, but his niceness was all calculated. He wanted to destroy the family bonds between my mother, my father, and me. That is why I should not have said I liked him very much. That is right. I am starting to remember and understand. I now know my true enemy. It was his fault that my mother started to have an affair, because my mother was a very good mother. He was the one who made her a bad one, so he is the one who deserves the blame. When was the first time I met him? I think it was the time when my mother and I went out and had lunch at a restaurant. She introduced him as one of her colleagues from work. At that time, if I think about that first meeting, I think I felt something was not right with the way my mother acted around him. That is right, I did. I did think something was wrong. It did not feel right. I wish I had trusted my instincts then. I was a fool to think he was a nice person just because he gave me a strawberry from his piece of cake. It was not my father's fault, because I bet he never met Uncle Akihito. But I have. I have met him many times, and there were a lot of chances to realize he was my enemy. If I had a strong enough will to protect my happiness, I could have noticed that. I cannot forget how my father looked on that day. My father, who was so nice and gentle, grabbed his knees so tightly and cried so hard. He asked me if I knew Uncle Akihito. I answered yes. Then he slapped me in the face. When he slapped me, I finally realized how stupid I was for being taken in by him. That is right, it was my fault. I destroyed the happiness I had hoped to last forever with my own hands. If I had not been that stupid, my father would not have had to cry like that, and my mother would have stayed good. If I was not that stupid, it was my fault. I cannot forgive my mother and Uncle Akihito. Even when I hate him this much, I still call him uncle, and I cannot forgive myself for that. It was my fault. Everything was my fault. I was too stupid and foolish, and that is why this happened. I hate her. I am sad. I am frustrated. I cannot stop being angry. If my mother ever came back to this house, I would rip her apart with my hands. But she never came back. My anger turned towards everything that my mother left in the house. I destroyed every relic my mother left behind, one after another. I threw and smashed everything, but that still did not calm me down. Even after I turned my whole house upside down, I still could not calm my anger. Where does my anger gather? It starts from inside of me, goes through my arms to my fingertips, and spurts from my nails. Where else can it go? So my nails aim at my own body. My body is the filthiest and most disgusting thing of all. I am the one to be blamed. I am not to be blamed. My mother is most at fault. My mother is the most corrupt. My body and soul feel filthy. I wanted to stain myself black and slice the remaining flesh into pieces. And one day I finally realized. There are tons of maggots in my blood. I am rotten. I am rotten from the inside. Come on, rot more. But it is indescribably itchy. It is itchy. I stabbed my thigh with a razor blade in the bathroom. The blood flowed out. Reddish black maggots spilled out. I forced myself to cut open my blood vessels with my thumbs. The maggots spilled out. So many maggots spilled out from my left thigh. My right thigh must have the same amount of maggots as blood vessels. Maybe my calves too. My arms, abdomen, chest. How many maggots are there in the blood vessels in my neck? Strangely, although I have become rather insane, there is still a part of me that is calm. If I keep ripping myself apart like this, I will end up dead. But everything is my fault, and I am the one to be blamed. Even if I blame my mother, the only way I can disgrace her is with my own body. I get it now. That is the best means for quelling my anger. I feel like I am thinking incredibly rationally now. In order to forgive myself, I need someone else to blame. It has to be someone else's fault. But no such person exists. No matter how much I think about it, or how I twist the logic, my own body is my only outlet to vent this anger. So long as there is no one else to blame, I will be forced to rip open every blood vessel in my body. Just like no matter how much I scratch, it still itches. No matter how much I rip apart my own body, it is not enough. The blood is all over the bathroom, and I am sure it makes for quite the gruesome scene. Although I am trying to stay calm, I cannot ignore the sharp pain that runs through my body. Maybe because I have lost so much blood, or maybe because I am naked in the bathroom, I feel freezing cold. My whole body is throbbing, and my heart is beating so fast. I am cold and hot at the same time, and I am also sad, angry, and in pain. I want to find something that lets me forgive myself. Then it came. It came in the heavenly light. It was mysterious and unreal, like something out of this world. It apologized. It kept
Stream Elements
apologizing.
said, "Stay thirsty, my friends.
Why is
Hydrate."
it apologizing? You apologize when you are at fault. So this thing I just met for the first time was admitting to wronging me. That means I am not at fault. It is at fault, not me. I dropped the razor blade. It fell into the puddle of blood. The pain is taking over my body. The pain of ripping apart my own body is taking over me. I have been telling myself this pain is the punishment for what I have done, but I am not at fault. It is. So I do not need to accept this pain as punishment. So I do not need to defile my body anymore. She continued apologizing to me over and over as I stood there covered in fresh blood. She apologized every time I wanted to blame myself constantly whispering that was not my fault. Oh yes, Shiro-sama exists. She is always following me, and every time I cannot endure the guilt, she apologizes and tells me I am not at fault. Everything is caused by the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Things started to go wrong when I broke the rule that I was not supposed to leave Hinamizawa. I finally remember. When I moved from Hinamizawa, one of my neighbors gave me a charm. She said that if I left Hinamizawa, I would be cursed, so I had to take the charm. That is right, she gave me a charm. It had some complicated writing on it, but I have not seen it since I moved here. I may have lost it. There's nothing I can do about that. If Hinamizawa residents leave Hinamizawa, they will be cursed. My mother and I, even Uncle Akihito too, may have gone insane because of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Nobody was at fault from the beginning, because everything is caused by the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Nobody is at fault. Nobody. I am such a stupid... I think I just figured something out. I cannot believe I just figured it out. Did I just figure something out? Um, I'm not good with names. I'm not good with names. Um, um, Sakato. Her uncle is Akihito, right? So he and Rin-san's mom were cheating on each other with... I just realized the aunt. I just realized that the aunt, Sakato's aunt, is Rin's mom, right? I mean, how is that possible? Is that supposed to be... No? No. Is that right? No, 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 it's not right. I'm being stupid. Again, because... Am I right? No. No, 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 no. Her uncle left her aunt for Rena's mom. Okay, right? Yeah, so it's not her aunt, but Sakato's uncle left his wife, her aunt, for Rena's mom. I just realized that. That's like a connection right there, right? I am finally able to ignore everything. The anger that I could not get rid of even after I destroyed everything, including my body and soul, is finally gone. So does that mean that, like, if one of those pairs, I mean, I'm trying to think of a way that, of a way that somehow Sakato could be adopted by somebody out of that arrangement with the connections there, but I guess I don't really see it. Father, now I know. The curse of Oyashiro-sama is what caused my mother to leave and for you to be so sad. You remember Oyashiro-sama, do you not? The guardian deity of Hinamizawa. That is right. People of Hinamizawa are not supposed to go to the outside world. That is why my mother went insane. It is all because of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. If we had stayed in Hinamizawa, we would have been happy. Oyashiro-sama came to me and told me that. No, that can't be right. Because the guy... No, that can't be right. Because remember, the guy Satoko's uncle was cheating on the aunt with, ends up going to his dad and trying to extort him out of money, right? Unless he was, unless he dated both, like Rena's mom and, because I feel like that is the same name, but maybe I'm just going crazy. Maybe I've got the Hinamizawa syndrome too. Come to think of it, Oyashiro-sama has been trying to tell me that for a long time. After my mother left, I did not know why she left or how to express my anger. Oyashiro-sama has kept following me ever since then to let me know that. She followed me everywhere, the sound of her footsteps echoing behind me, but I pretended I did not notice her. I was so stupid. I did not hear her voice until I slashed my body all over. And it is 1800, so that means it is time to end. I will be playing Star Wars tomorrow instead of Higurashi because I need to help my mom with something and I will have to end early. If I'm going to end early, I would prefer to end Star Wars early. So we'll switch Star Wars and Higurashi Day 2 around a little bit. Stay safe, my friends. Have a fantastic time.